Hey, it's King Push coming at you live from the MTV studios in Times Square. I'm about to go check out Hillary's party at the Javits Center, but the election's not over yet. Get out and vote if you haven't already. Then keep it locked to MTV. We'll be here all night talking about the issues that really matter, right now and for the next 4 years. Our work's not done. We've got performances, interviews, best of all, puppies. You heard me right, puppies.
Ah, yeah. They ask you what's the cause and effect. A doobie's packed and they fat, now you call and collect. They will be trapping and trap. The police pulling the pulley, you fall for it, you silly. Putty you out of shape, fuck running, you catching case. I can't relate to half of my relatives, my genetics is felony. Buying low and reselling it. They told me tell a story, I'm like, why not mine? Shit, everybody taking pictures, I'm like, why not Vine? And growing from the ground up, it look like I'm a vine. It's rarity in my realness, yeah, I'm a fine diamond in a rough tight, rough house in a row house like rugby. Lovely, when you hit a lick, little kick like Chun-Li. Funny, kids that I hoop with all in county. Counting, black bodies hunt them down, look like bounties. Bound to be on the block a little while longer. They your homies, this one homies. What don't kill you, make you stronger. Call Obama, Jesus. He can say Chicago from the demons and the deacons when it's the end. Yeah, dodging precincts since preteens. Let's pretend we privileged, not decent. The dick that it look like funeral home, church, liquor store, corner store, dreadhead, deadlift, ditto, tenfold, from Cicero to Central. What's told, let it go. Didn't know who to hit though, now that's church. Barbershop, bottle I got from the liquor store on Cicero. I ain't 21, but he didn't know. Yeah, bad habits are wrong places at wrong times. A straight bullet'll take your firstborn like the 10th plague. I'm the new pharaoh on my phone line. Forever open for prayer. The fallen soldiers ain't fail. They in my pen and I do thank God. They say preach like Kool-Aid. From beginning to end, that's Alpha and Omega. My city the same ghost that made Lupe cry. Soon as you loosen up your grip, you lost and lose your life. I loosen the dread from every time I gotta watch the cigarette smoke from out of my head. Like how I'm not dead, going on 20 soon. They say I changed, that's a fitting room. I'm still the same kid that didn't speak when we were in the school. I just got a mic now. I turned to a real nigga. I just knocked the white out. And fuck who you think I sound. Like I'ma make it imagine like the director's cut if I am legend and I'm fed up with the fuck comparison. These niggas don't got the truth that y'all won't do. They think I'm lying, then plan a trip to Chicago today. I was 15, they was fucking with me. There's no logic in love, there's no love in the street. Funeral home, church, liquor store, corner store, dreadhead, deadlift, ditto, silo, chalk outline, sketch. It's not safe outside when they want your neck. Now that's church, barbershop, bottle I got from the liquor store on Cicero. I ain't 21, but he didn't know.
Thanks so much, Saba, and welcome to the People's Playhouse, everybody. I am Gabby Wilson.
And I'm Julianne Ross.
So because this election has been such a circus, I think is what we could call it as, we are trying to mirror that here. So we've got, it's not your mom and dad's election coverage here tonight. We're going to be bringing you all the exclusive election coverage all night long here in our People's Playhouse.
That's right, and we also have puppies.
That's right, I forgot to mention that, puppies. So if I miss my next cue, you all know where to find me, producers, right? So right now we're joined by a very special guest. He's on his way to Hillary's party at Javits. Please welcome to the party, Pusha T.
What's up? How you doing?
How you doing, Push?
Really good, really good.
So you've been a very strong advocate for Hillary Clinton. What is it about her record that draws you to her?
You know, her stance on things like affordable health care for all Americans, as well as affordable college, you know, that definitely had me gravitating towards her. But you know, it's also about like prison reform for me. Her stance on prison reform, her team being open to speaking about prison reform. She was part of a 1994 crime bill that really did a lot of damage to my community.
For sure.
And you know, she spoke out against that in recently, and I'm here to see that through. You know, it's one thing to say it was a mistake. Now we got to correct it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so when you were just starting out in your career, did you see yourself hitting the campaign trail like this?
Never. You know, I never saw myself on a presidential campaign trail, but I think it's a testament to just my growth as an artist, my growth as a productive member of society, the evolution of Pusha T.
I think that your connection to the Clinton campaign has brought a lot of different kinds of voters, but specifically young people. What do you think politicians can do to bring young people into the political process more, aside from teaming up with people like you?
You know, I think the youth getting involved with the political process has a lot to do with politicians catering to like the youth interests. You know, when they're dealing with issues like education, you know, programs that involve the arts, sciences, even trade programs to prepare them for the real world. I think the youth will, you know, love that.
Now, you've spoken out about police brutality. What do you want to see from the next president, whoever they may be, on this issue?
As far as police brutality, I feel like the next president has to create a team that actually polices the police. We've seen, you know, so many unarmed black men be shot down, and you know that policing needs to happen on an everyday basis, not just when somebody gets shot down and then you know months later there's this whole quiet, this quiet, you know, it's like a quiet, it's a silence that the police have. And it's reminiscent to me to, you know, street gangs as well as drug gangs. Like the Fraternal Order of Police, they have this silence that we need to break down.
For sure. And I think that the Clinton campaign, specifically Tim Kaine, has talked about like there needing to be more of a conversation between the community. Like both sides, the police and the community that they're policing, need to be more understanding of each other and closer. So cut to midnight tonight. Say that Hillary is called as the next president of the United States.
And she will be.
How will you celebrate?
You know what? Hillary actually had a contest that involved me and, you know, getting people to go out and vote, register to vote.
Yes.
So, you know what? I'll probably just chill with my contest winner. I don't know who they are, male or female. I know they're from Detroit. I love the city of Detroit.
Amazing.
And we'll probably just, you know, toast the victory and spill champagne tonight.
Well, if there's room in that VIP booth, let me know. I'm probably going to be here for a while, though.
What's up? Come on.
But I know that you have a ways to go, and you have to go get ready for that party where our friend and co-worker, senior national correspondent Jamil Smith is going to be. He's at the Hillary campaign, and we will check in with him later. But thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So our next guest got a shout out from the current POTUS thanks to his 2008 anthem, My President. We sat down with Jeezy to talk the year's biggest issues.
I'm not a role model, nor do I claim to be. I just have an opinion, and I think I've done enough and been through enough to have one. The issues I want to hear more about is what's going on in the inner city, as far as the law enforcement and violence and stuff like that. I think those are big issues, more to us than what's going on in Iran and Iraq. I get it, but at the same time, as far as us, the people, we're looking at what we got going on the home front. That's what's important to us. If people didn't get out and vote, and it doesn't go the way that we all hope it goes, then that's on us, because we didn't exercise our right to vote, exercise our right to be heard. I sure as hell hope the wrong person don't get in the office, and we all know who that is. You just have to make the right decision. It's apples and oranges, you have to pick one. If the wrong person gets in office, we're gonna take 100 steps back, maybe 150, and that don't make any sense to me. We just got to this place, you feel me? I'm a taxpayer, by the way. Why couldn't I?
Some great words from Jeezy there. And Jeezy is just one of the celebs who have been outspoken on police brutality. And here with us to dive deeper into this issue are Martise Johnson and Stephen Green.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Hey, good to be here.
Doing all right.
So Martise, you have experienced police brutality firsthand and thankfully survived. What does it mean for you to be able to share your story of survival?
Yeah, first and foremost, I think that I am very blessed and grateful to be alive today, and I can only thank God for that. But beyond that, I think that my experience with police brutality was life-changing, and hopefully not just for me, because I think that it sent the message to our nation. And I think that message was that respectability politics aren't the answer. And so you've seen for many and many instances before my incident that young black men were being slaughtered by officers. They were being abused by the same people who were, appointed to protect and serve them, and who gave oaths before taking their positions. But they weren't considered humans. Yet when my situation occurred, I was considered on a higher level. And it was partially, strongly in part because of my background as a student who, went to the University of Virginia and served as a member of, our honor committee and things of that sort, that sort of elevated my value to those people around me. And so I think that my situation was special in that it was the first situation in one where a black person became internationally trending hashtag and wasn't killed.
Right.
And second, it was a situation that defeated any casual conversation of respectability politics. No longer could somebody, approach a friend who thought that police brutality was horrific and say, well, that kid should have pulled his pants up, or that kid should have studied more, things of that sort that sort of devalue the conversation that could have been had. And so I think that my conversation served as a segue for us to be able to dig deeper and actually analyze the root issues that, produce police brutality, but also other different instances of anti-black violence in America.
Yeah, that's a really good point. A lot of times these conversations we've seen online turn into talking about hoodies, or there's been a lot of conversation about how often in media outlets a mugshot is shown as opposed to a different photo, and people latch onto the past of these individuals who are harmed. And that leads me to my next question, which is for both of you. What do you think one of the biggest misconceptions about police brutality is?
Yeah, I'll start. I think one of the biggest misconceptions is that we are projecting a reality that is not true. That people are suggesting that, oh, maybe this is just, something that they're talking about that doesn't really exist. I think it's true that African American communities are targeted by police. And I think that the reality that African Americans in this country have been not only just targeted by police, but are victims of 400 years of oppression in this country. And I think that reality and truth is sometimes missing from the conversation. And people are sort of like, pushing that African Americans are crying wolf. But the reality is we're crying out for truth and for answers and for justice. And we won't stop crying until we get it.
And I would just add that there are two big misconceptions that I think shocked me for a while, but also just need to be addressed in general. And I think that the first is that a lot of people think that the Black Lives Matter movement has shifted the attention away from where they want to point, which is black-on-black violence. And so a lot of people say, oh, well, you guys are so worried about police officers harming you guys in the streets, but you guys aren't worried about what's going on in your own backyard. I think that that's absolutely invalid for several reasons, but the first reason just simply being that any person-on-person violence in America is overwhelmingly from within the same race. And so over 80% of white Americans who commit violence against each other are also they commit violence against other white people. And so just understanding that statistic and understanding that this isn't just a phenomenon for African Americans, but for everyone, we need to understand why those rates are slightly higher for African Americans, but also why what is driving that higher rate. And so I think that we need to dig back into the roots of the issue. And so the second thing is that Black Lives Matter and police brutality in itself is a monolithic sort of platform, in that we're only fighting to reduce violence against African Americans from police officers, and that's absolutely false. And so you have to think about the different factors that are actually driving this, whether it's wealth, the increasing wealth gap in America, or if we're talking about the achievement gap in America, all these different things that are sort of fueling what becomes the outcome of a black man being killed by a white officer, led by implicit bias. He's based on an institution that is flawed and corrupt and broken.
For sure. Stephen, in addition to your work with the NAACP, you are also an ordained minister, and many of your sermons kind of weave faith and pop culture and social justice. How do those things come together when you're trying to get young people involved in their communities?
Thank you. I think the reality is that we're so disjointed because we hear a liberal and a conservative opinion. We hear a progressive and a conservative, a Democrat, a Republican. There's a donkey and there's an elephant. Mm-hmm. And the reality is people are looking for the truth, looking for truth. And the reality is that I try to come at my messages from a level that pushes a morality and equality and justice lens. And
beyond
I find
the binary
it's beyond
of how
the binary.
people choose to categorize themselves.
Right,
yeah.
right. And we try to find a deeper purpose and a deeper meaning and try to really see, can we discover hope even in the darkest of times? And I think that's really where this country is right now, is people are looking for hope in the darkest of times. We have a lack of enthusiasm with people across this country who are just disgruntled with the American dilemma and not even the American dream. And to really figure out how can we recenter ourselves as a nation, as a country that it recognizes that people of all faith have different traditions, but at the end of the day, there's a center and there's a core that really completes all of us together, and that's our common humanity. And so if we're able to appreciate and respect the common humanity amongst all people, then we won't have to worry about affordable health care. We won't have to worry about a criminal justice reform, because everyone will recognize that everyone's human life is valued and everyone's human life is respected by a higher power.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. So I think that we have an election update, right? So we're going to check in with our senior political correspondent, Anna Marie Cox. What's up?
Well, so some states have been called.
Okay.
Kentucky and Indiana have been called for Trump.
Okay.
Vermont has been called for Clinton. Okay. Now, the states that are going to go overwhelmingly for a particular candidate are going to get called early. And some of those states are going to be southern states. Some of those states are going to be Trump states. No one get alarmed.
So none of this was unexpected, is what you're saying.
None
Okay.
of this was
Right.
unexpected. Also, exit polls, you'll be seeing some of those on TV. People talk about them all the time. Those are notoriously unreliable.
Okay.
So everyone take deep breaths. This is what we know for sure, right? Which is that turnout among Latino voters and African American voters has been at near or above record levels.
Wow.
Yeah,
Let's give a vote for that. For sure.
Well done, everyone. Well done. That is helpful for one candidate.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of contest about who is that going to be helpful for.
Yeah.
So that is really what we're looking at right now. We're looking at Florida. We're looking at Nevada. If Hillary Clinton wins Florida, which these early vote totals are just unprecedented.
Yeah.
If she does wind up winning Florida, it's going to be really, really difficult for Trump to get to 270 electoral votes. I want to remind everyone, though, that if you're in line right now to vote, stay in line. If you're in line, your state has to let you stay in line. So if you're watching us on your phone, just stay tuned.
Yeah. I just want to go back to something that you said about Florida, just to clarify for everyone. Now, Florida is one of those states that it's not always predictable which way it's going to go in an election. And so can you just, clarify for people, this whole system can be really confusing, what it means when we're not sure how a state is going to go?
Well, it generally means that you just aren't some places are slow reporting their ballots, or sometimes there's an automatic runoff and they have to run the ballot machines again, so they make sure to get the right total. I should say recounts and running off the totals again don't mean anything's gone wrong. Just means they're doing a recount. And then also, things like what's happening in Florida right now with this unprecedented turnout, that means that the models that statisticians are using to try and project vote totals are broken, right? Like, we broke the model.
So I should stop checking 538.
Definitely should stop checking 538.
Okay.
You should start, AP is the place to go for your sort of gold standard about when a state gets called. And we are going to be using AP, so we are like the gold standard also.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're using the gold standard. And then, again, just stay calm, look at the puppies. Like, I think things are going to be okay.
Things will be all right.
Okay, it's too early to tell
That's right.
anything more yet.
Yeah. But also, if you still can vote. If you're still in line, stay in line. If you have any problems with people telling you can't vote, report that. There are numbers out there to report it to. And now, speaking of how important it is to vote, we sat down with Linda Blackman Lowry, who at 15 years old was the youngest person to march on Selma with Martin Luther King Jr. Check it out.
You cannot change things sitting at home thinking that your vote doesn't matter. On March 7th, 1965, on Bloody Sunday, when we got to the foot of the bridge, all you could see was these people in blue. All along the sides was people sitting up there with their Confederate flags, yelling their hateful sayings. I heard this pop, pop sound. And then all of a sudden, there was tear gas. I heard the N-word twice. Somebody grabbed me from behind. This person hit me right over my right eye. He pushed me forward and I managed to get up and I started running into a cloud of tear gas. That night, I had 7 stitches over my right eye and 28 in the back of my head.
And I rise like the day. I rise unafraid. I rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again.
It showed that we, as a people, we could work together and we could bring about change. People died for you to have it. People were jailed and beaten for you to have that right. You have a right. You need to use it.
That was such a powerful package.
really
That one gets
beautiful.
me every time. Now we are here with Simone Sanders, who is the former National Press Secretary for the Bernie Sanders campaign, and she is also the founder of We Vote. We've got some Bernie fans in the house, apparently. And she is also the founder of We Vote, which is a campaign aimed at getting Black millennials to vote. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me today. You just had my We Vote co-founder on, Stephen Green. Shout out to him.
amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tamika Mallory, and my son Lean from the Justice League. So we all did it together.
Amazing.
Amazing. So we just watched that powerful Linda Lowry package. What would you say to 15-year-olds today to inspire the same passion that Linda Lowry had 51 years ago?
I would say that young people are leading every single movement. So Linda Lowry isn't some outside random example. From the Black Lives Matter movement to climate change to LGBTQ rights to the fight for the Dakota Access Pipeline and the rights of Native Americans in this country. Every single fight is young people. So I think it is incumbent upon young people to really understand our power and that we don't have to, long gone are the days where we have to wait in line. Somebody's telling us to just keep raising your hand and eventually somebody will pick you. We can stand up and we can just start creating change ourselves.
Yeah, I think it's really amazing to see, in this year especially, the parallels with something like civil rights from the 1960s, and just see how young people really are leading movements these days. And we saw a lot of that, obviously, with Bernie and his many fans in the House.
Oh yeah, this is I think this really is like the new civil rights movement. I mean, it is young people that literally pushed presidential candidates from Senator Sanders all the way to Secretary Clinton to address their issues. And if it wasn't for young folks standing up, protesting, saying we're going to shut it down, we wouldn't be talking about things such as the Black Lives Matter movement, criminal justice reform, this race in this country. So we need to say shout out and thanks to all the young people that have continuously stood up for their rights and demanded to be heard.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, young
for
people.
sure.
Yeah, definitely. So, you've spoken about some not wonderful things that happened on the campaign trail. But, speaking of young people, what was a moment that inspired you to co-found the We Vote campaign?
I think it was a combination of things. My first day on the campaign trail was in Seattle, right after Bernie Sanders had been interrupted at a previous event. And when I walked into that auditorium, there's nothing like a political rally, especially a Bernie Sanders rally. The energy was high, people were crying, people were loud, and just my travels on the campaign trail, seeing how much young people were invested in this election, how frustrated, frankly, the young Black and brown people were, I decided that, we don't have to wait for somebody to stand up for young Black and brown people in this country. We can stand up for ourselves. And that's what #WeVote is about. It's about mobilization. It's about us tapping each other on the shoulder and saying, hey, we got to get to work. Let's do this. And this isn't for Secretary Clinton or against Donald Trump. This is for us and the issues around criminal justice reform and economic justice.
Definitely. And a lot of young people turned out to the polls, even despite being skeptical of some of the candidates that were set before them. What would you say to those people?
Thank you.
Yeah, right?
And stay in line. I know we just heard Anna Marie say it, but stay in line. There are unprecedented voter suppression efforts happening all across this country, particularly in North Carolina. There are students at NCCU right now who have been waiting in line for hours. Polling places and polling machines are broken. And some people are telling them they can't vote. Stay in line. You have the right to vote. Someone tried to tell me the other day that it was a privilege to go to the polls. And I'm here to tell you there's nothing privileged about going to the polls. It might feel like a privilege because of the unprecedented, efforts to suppress the vote in this country, but there's nothing privileged. People fought and died for this right. It is a right, and anybody that tells you otherwise is lying. So thank you to those young folks that did go out.
Absolutely.
But it's more than just about tonight. Win or lose, we're going to have a new president tomorrow. Hopefully, we're going to have this new president tomorrow. We're going to have new members elected to the House and the Senate. Every single member in the House is up for re-election. 34 Senate races are happening right now. And young people are going to have to make a plan come November 9th. What is our plan for this next administration? And that's the work that I'm committed to doing. So I'm excited about young folks. I'm excited about these polls. I'm supporting Secretary Clinton, so I got on my pantsuit. Rocking my pantsuit.
Looking very chic.
Yes, my pantsuit for Hillary, but also for people like, Fannie Lou Hamer, Shirley Chisholm, Ida B. Wells Barnett. Those are the shoulders that Hillary Clinton and so many other people stand on today.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you mentioned, all of these down ballot races are happening. And a lot of the things, sometimes when we look at the election, we think it's just about the president, and it's not. There are so many other, elections and issues being discussed. So this is one day a year where everyone is very excited about politics, but how do we transfer that over into the other 364 days a year?
I think folks have to stay focused on the issues. A lot of times we get really fired up around presidential elections, and then a month later, nobody cares about politics. But we're griping about education. We have issues about the potholes in our communities. We are mad that our healthcare costs are going up. We have issues, and those things are directly tied to politics. So what I tell people is, if you like to go to the grocery store and get fresh groceries, if you like to be able to go to the doctor and get a prescription when you are sick, if you like to have quality and affordable education in your communities, if you want to be safe, if you are tired of people that look like me getting shot and killed in the street, get engaged, get involved. All that is politics. Politics affects every single, avenue of our lives. So I'm excited. I think young folks are tuned in. There was all this conversation about young people weren't caring. Young people cared. The candidates were not talking directly to their issues.
Right,
So,
they cared a lot. And I think a big thing that happened with the Bernie campaign was that he was able to galvanize this youth behind politics and getting involved and pushing Hillary to the left even more. Who do you think is going to pick up that torch and really carry on for young people?
Oh no, the people, the young people
Right.
are. I think the next president of the United States, the next Congress, they cannot govern without a couple key constituencies, and young people are a key constituency. They can't get the work done. So, especially if Secretary Clinton wins, there's some real relationship building that has to go on between young black and brown folks in this country. We did come out and vote in historic numbers, but people still have some real gripes and some real issues with some things that are going on, particularly tied to the issues: criminal justice reform, education, climate change. So it's an opportunity for young folks to stand up and be leaders in this administration. They will be looking to build relationships, and we need to be right there ready to do that work.
Right, it doesn't stop right here. The work's not done.
Work's not done. Hashtag of the night. Well, thank you so much. This has been such an inspiring conversation,
Yeah.
I think, for everyone in this room. So thank you so much
Everybody
to Simone
watching.
Sanders.
Thank you for having me, yes.
Give a round of
Stay
applause.
in line, stay in line.
Yeah, if you're watching this on your phone, definitely stay in line.
Reminder, if you're in line before the polls close, you have a right to vote.
Yes,
even
they
if-
can't tell you to get out. And I know there's some folks out there with pizza and hot dogs and all other kinds of stuff. So
Yeah.
stay in line. There'll
Yeah.
be some goodies for you. Thanks,
Amazing.
guys.
Well, thank you
Thank
so
you
much
so
again.
much.
We are now going to check in with our correspondent, Meredith Graves, who is talking to some of our in-house tattoo artists.
Thank you, my nasty women. I, as long as nothing has changed, am still Meredith Graves of MTV News, and I'm here with a lot of first-time voters in the People's Playhouse. Now, if you're a first-time voter, if this is your first election, you might feel like your first choice of candidate or your party affiliation is somehow permanent. I know a thing or two about that, so I brought a few of my tattoo artist friends here to draw issue-related flash on some first-time voters, one of whom is my new friend, Husnia. How are you today, darling?
I'm wonderful, thank you.
Now, what you told me before these wonderful cameras started rolling is that you've been involved in politics since even before you could legally register to vote.
Yes, yeah. So I was definitely vocal in 2012 when Obama was running. And ever since, I've been super active in politics. I even actually registered people to vote outside, like on the streets of New York, for Bernie Sanders a couple months ago. So that was also really exciting.
So, after Mr. Sanders left the race, what was it that made you switch your eventual position to a different candidate?
I was really skeptical at first of Hillary, and it just felt like a kind of a downgrade after Bernie Sanders. But I've come to realize that I think a lot of it was due to the fact that she was a woman, and everyone was like super hypercritical of her. And she had been in the spotlight for a really long time. So there's a lot more, I think, information that people were able to pull and put into a negative light. And I just came to realize that she's overly qualified for the job, that she would do a much better job than Trump would, and that she does care about the same issues that Bernie Sanders does. And that's really what's important, is what's in her platform and what she's going to push for when she is president.
And on that note, what you told me previously was that your major platform, the thing that you care about primarily, is the issue of immigration, which has come up a lot in this election. How do you think immigration was handled during this presidential cycle?
Poorly on behalf of Donald Trump, and it's really disappointing for me because I have family and friends on a program called DACA, which Obama pushed for in 2012 through executive action. And if Donald Trump was to go into office, that's something he could potentially reverse. And this program, if you don't know what it is, enables hundreds of thousands of youth in the United States that were once undocumented to be able to go to school, have a social security number, to have permanent residency, be protected from deportation, get their driver's license. And it's so important, and it's something that's pertinent to them and their lives, and for me too. And it's really scary to think that Donald Trump could reverse that. But I'm also excited because if Hillary Clinton is elected, then that's something that she's going to expand on and hopefully push immigration policy in the direction that we want it to go in.
So, if you wanted to get other people who may not be of voting age quite yet, but who have a vested interest in politics and specifically immigration reform, and specifically young women, if they can't vote quite yet, what would you suggest they do?
Well, there isn't an age limit to go out and canvass for local elections, for even federal elections. So just going out and volunteering, even if you're not getting paid for it, you're still making a difference, and spreading awareness and information about voting. I know personally on my social media, I was talking a lot about your rights as a voter, and how to find your polling place. So even just spreading that information online to your friends, researching it beforehand is super, super important, as long as you're getting people to go out and vote.
Do something useful with the time you spend on social media, guys. Because I am the President of the United States of drawing the short straw, I'm going out in Times Square where it's cold and full of people and construction to see what the temperature is with this election. But before I do, A, I want someone to bring me a puppy. B, we're going to introduce you to yet another first-time voter. Stay tuned, I'll see you outside.
Good morning, guys. My name is Shaquan McDowell, and today I'm casting my vote. My feeling right now regarding this election, watching it has just been pure insanity. I never thought that I'd experience anything like this in my life, especially not during a presidential election. Today, I'm excited to cast my vote for Hillary Clinton. Someone who's inspirational, someone who's impacted me and my life via the work that she's done in the past. My expectation is that people will make the right decision and that Hillary Clinton will run. So I'm currently going to cast my vote. I'm casting by absentee, so I filled out my ballot and I'm about to go put it in the mail. Now I'm going to go put my envelope inside of the mailbox and vote. So I just placed my absentee ballot inside of the mail drop box. I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling, I guess that's something I'm feeling. Democracy is such an important element inside of our country, and it's something that every country does not get to do. I just really hope that the country goes forth and learns how to reconcile and just come together to make the lives of each other better.
Hey guys, so we are at our puppy pulpit surrounded by tiny little puppies, and this is a little overwhelming, but it's great. And we are also here with the equally wonderful Marcus Ellsworth, who is a news writer for MTV News and one of my colleagues. And so Marcus, one of the things that you are so great at is finding ways for people to make a difference in their community. You know, we've been talking about a lot of really big issues tonight, but people want to know, like, how can I go out and make a difference tomorrow? What can I do that really affects my community? So what are some of those steps that people can take?
Well, the first step is to find the thing that you're most passionate about. Something that affects you directly, something that you've witnessed in your community, something that you really feel like you want to see change. Because if you care deeply about the issue, you're more likely to put that energy into it and to keep really supporting that change that needs to happen.
For sure. What was personally your reason to get into social activism?
Well, when I went to college freshman year, there was not an active...
The puppies are really
The puppies are vocal.
There wasn't an active LGBTQ organization on campus. We're
live.
The candidates are fighting. It's fine.
There's a debate happening amongst us.
But so because there wasn't an LGBT organization on my campus, I got with some friends and we got it revitalized. We started up again, and through that, I got connected to the larger queer community in the city. I started caring about other causes and getting involved there, and it just kind of snowballed into becoming a huge part of my life, you know, both being involved in supporting other people's causes.
Very cool. And so what is a way that people can make sure the organizations that they want to help out with are reputable, that they're really, you know, doing the most good? Like if they wanted to help puppies, what is the best way to make sure you're doing the most to help the puppies?
Well, if you want to make sure that with any organization that they're the adorable puppies.
They're so cute.
That they're holding
Emmett,
the
he's
puppies. That
adoptable.
they're centering the voices of the people you're trying to help. Like if you care about Black Lives Matter, make sure that this organization that says they care about Black lives, that they actually are led by Black people. If you care about the Latino community, that Latin folks are involved. If you care about student loan debt, that there's people who are actually have come out of that themselves or are trying to change it on a legislative level. You want to make sure that you can see where their sites are, and that it's not just someone from the outside coming into a community, that it's from the community you're trying to help.
So making meaningful change is very noble and wonderful. Ooh, I think this puppy's voting for Trump. So making change is really meaningful and noble, but there are some pitfalls coupled with that, right? What are some of the less experienced people's pitfalls? Or like, what are some things that people have that struggle with?
Well, first and foremost, there's self-care. Like, make sure that if you're getting involved with a movement, if you're out there, you know, helping to organize protests, helping to take care of a community, that you're also taking care of yourself. Like, don't be afraid to check in with folks and say, hey, you know, I'm feeling a little exhausted. I need to take a break. Let folks know you're not in this alone. You have a community supporting you. You have organizations supporting you. Also, make sure to check in with other people. Take care of the folks around you, too. Stay hydrated. Make sure you stay rested because this work can be exhausting. It can be physically and emotionally taxing. So it's really important that you take care of you so you can take care of others.
For sure. And I think on that note, we've earned a little treat with the puppy pit.
I think we should actually play because they
I
need
think
attention.
They need
obviously.
attention, right? Oh, these
Oh,
kids
they're
are
sleeping and they're
sweet.
adorable.
All right.
To vote for the first time this election, and I live in Kansas where there's not very many electoral votes and people think that it doesn't matter, but I'm so excited. Government class right now, and I was in a history class last year, and I've learned so much about historical elections, and this could be one of them, and I was a part of it. I feel like I was really a part of society, getting to go and take a part of the vote, and I'm just so happy, and I think everyone should use their right to vote because it's given to us for a reason. Couldn't vote until 1920, and that battle was so hard. So I think it's my duty and every woman's duty to go out and use that privilege to vote. Go to your local voting place, do whatever you have to do, get one of these little stickers, wear your USA shirt, and vote. The American dream. The American dream. Oh yeah, the American dream. Oh yeah, the American dream. Oh
You better run from the devil. You better run from the devil. You better hide, hide from the young boy, trying to rule the world, I see. Well, young boy, I can give you everything. Diamonds, everything you touch can be golden. But first you gotta listen to me. Well, I'll tell the truth. I promise you, this world may frown upon the things I have you do, but I got taste and I got style. I know the twists and turns to make your life worthwhile. Oh na na, oh na na. You better run from the devil. 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 1, 2, 3, hit it! You could probably win in this shit talking competition. My composition's the opposition of all the shit that got niggas wishing to spit tragic shit that get deal cracking, spitting cash on cement asses. My heart burns in the fire of truth. Got the heat of 7 sons and immediate treatment needed. More niggas burn the war thought of 1792. Act like I'm any better, you or me, I am you. We are hate, we are love, as below, so above. We got poison everywhere, so what's a war in the truck? We have war with ourselves, a type of war in the guns. What you gon' do ever right? Cause I could be MLK, I could be Juicy J. Or name on Instagram that shows the world is AK. But it's sad is the way you can follow astray. At the end of the day, you better run in some type of direction. Cause the people going over are the ones that are flexing. I'm trying to be a preacher, never a reverend, but I can take your ass to church and show you this is a heaven. You better run in some type of direction. Cause the people going over are the ones that are flexing. I'm not trying to be a preacher, never a reverend, but I can take your ass to church and show you this is a heaven. You better run from the devil.
What's up, Rory? Hey, thank you so much for doing that. That was amazing. So if you're just joining us, I'm Gabby Wilson for MTV News. We are here in the People's Playhouse. This is MTV's exclusive election coverage. Going to be live all night. And that was Rory with Devil's Whisper. That was a lot. I'll let you have a minute to catch your breath. So Election day is not over yet, and if you are in line to vote, definitely stay there. But in relation to the entire election, it's kind of almost over, right? How are you feeling? Nervous, relieved, excited?
Like I'm just 20 years old. Most of my family is still poor. And I'm like their only hope, and I'm just terrified out of my goddamn life, to tell you the truth. I have no idea. I know Trump isn't the person. Hillary is sus to me. I'm just scared, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
I don't know many answers. But I know good people versus bad people, and I don't know who to trust.
For sure. And
I almost didn't even go vote. I almost thought it was just dumb and just the electoral college is just gonna handle everything. You know, my mom made me, and I'm glad I did.
Yeah.
But,
Talk a little bit about that, because I think that you're speaking to a lot of other people. A lot of people were not excited about the options that were set before them. It's basically between
like,
one
who
of
you
two
gonna
parties.
pick? You know, it's like
Right.
you gonna pick the devil or you gonna pick Satan. Like both of them have their bad things about them. You know what I'm saying?
But why did you
know,
choose to
and-
vote?
What'd you say?
Why did you choose to vote today?
I chose to vote because I still think about all the people that died for this, man, and I still think about the fact that I don't know everything. In my opinion, right there could be wrong. You know, as far as just thinking that my vote doesn't matter. You know, and even still, once I decided I was going to, I almost missed it. You know what I'm saying? Because I was so busy. All of us are so busy. You know what I'm saying? Like, time in America, especially when you're black, is strategically taken from you, and it's hard enough to just find time to go and spend time with people you love,
Yeah.
let alone, you know, vote for Dr. Evil or Mr. Evil. Is running for
Dr.
president
Jekyll or Mr. Hyde?
this year.
Yeah. But you've protested Donald Trump's statements on immigration specifically. Has there been anything from Hillary that you've heard on immigration that has impressed you?
I have not been paying
Placated you?
attention. I've been under a rock in the studio trying to get music together so I can take care of my family, dog. I don't really know. All I know is that Hillary got some sus emails and that
Yeah.
Donald Trump is a blatant raging racist. That's all CNN has shown me so far. So
Right, yeah.
like, here I am.
Nobody's really talked about the issues, but hopefully we'll get to do that tonight, right? And into whoever the next president's term is. So President Obama proposed some sweeping immigration reforms, but the U.S. has deported more people under his administration than any president in history, regardless of who wins this election. What does the next president need to do in terms of immigration? Because I know that's a big issue for you.
Yeah, no, my problem lies further with just the term of an immigrant, and who is an immigrant and who isn't an immigrant. Because, like, you know, like, I because of slavery, a lot of my family tree got erased. But I don't know if my family's native to here or whose family's native to here or who's an immigrant. Like, I think that term itself is just what the next president should focus on, kind of moving us beyond, because, like, yo, we're all people on this world, you feel me? Like, and that
Absolutely.
whole thing about immigrants, I think that's no better than the word alien sometimes, but I don't know, you know, because
Hey, you know more than you're giving yourself credit for.
I guess, man, I guess.
Well, people often forget that America is a country built on immigrants. We all immigrated here, with the exception of those people who were forced to come here via slavery. But immigration is more than just like a policy reform. It's also a cultural reform, which I think is what you're touching on, right? So how do we make this country respect just other people? I know that's a really big question, but where do you start? Like having conversations with people?
I think the most immediate and the most major first step to take is in are people who control the media and portray these people to the world. You know,
Sell me.
because how the rest of America treats that Syrian foreign exchange student in their school has a great deal to do with how CNN is going to portray Syria on the news.
Definitely.
You know, whether that high schooler is going to come up and shake that kid's hand and help them feel comfortable, or think that kid has a disease.
Right.
You know, and stay away from them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so. As far as what steps we need to do to get towards treating each other better, we need to show the whole truth of these people across the country instead of just what, you know, certain people want to show America.
Definitely.
you know, to develop whatever kind of opinion.
People in positions of influence have a responsibility to represent people as
Truthfully.
humans and
Truthfully.
truthfully. Yes, for sure. Thank you so much for talking, Roy. And you're going to be back with another song, right, at the end of this block. So now I'm going to go over to Julianne and Anna Marie with another election update. What's going on with you guys over there?
Thanks so much, Gabby. So, Anna, I've been in the studio. What is happening?
Well, so West Virginia was called for Trump.
Okay.
Now, that's technically breaking news, but it's not breaking news in the sense that it's surprising.
We expected this to
We
happen.
expected that. So far, nothing is happening that wasn't expected, except for the stuff we talked about earlier, which is early voting, how that's panned out in Florida, and just voting in Florida. Latino turnout in Florida is going to be historic.
It's like, put this in perspective for me. Compared to what?
Well, the number that I'm going to use is actually to do with early voting, but it's one that really struck me. I believe it was something like 80% of the Latino electorate that turned out to vote early was what's called a low propensity voter. They weren't expected to vote at all.
Okay.
So, you know, something happened, and actually it was over a year ago, that energized these people. Like, in some ways, if Trump loses, he lost the day he announced.
When he talked about, you know, Mexicans being rapists
And some, I
criminal.
suppose, are good people.
Yeah.
Like, that's the part he wanted on the T-shirt.
I feel like after he said that, like the things he was saying kept getting snowballing, and people forgot that started the campaign. But you're right. Now with this historic turnout in Florida, it shows a lot of people
That's right.
seem to be rallied by that.
Right, and also it's looking like he's going to lose Republican white college-educated women for the first time. A Republican will lose that demographic for the first time in history. You know, and it's starting to look like, if you look at the turnout, and again, this is actually no matter who wins in a way, the Republicans no longer have a coalition that can win national elections unless it's this one last one. Because women don't want to vote for them, black and brown people don't want to vote for them, college-educated people don't want to vote for them. So that is something to keep in mind as we're looking at these early returns coming in. And again, I actually want to just remind people, voting's not over. Voting is not over.
Stay in line.
If you're in line, stay in line. If you're having a problem for voting for any kind and people are reporting some intimidation, report it.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Anna. And now, speaking of voting, we are going to check in with a member of our studio audience who is in our confessional.
Donald Trump has made Islamophobia much worse in the United States, and I deal with it on a regular basis, whether I'm trying to get to work or I'm getting off the subway. And I'm glad that I voted for Hillary Clinton, someone who believes that we're stronger together and that love trumps hate.
We're joined by two women for whom immigration reform is a deeply personal issue. Lizia and Zaira, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for having us. Of course, yeah.
Now, Lizia, you've written about being an undocumented immigrant. What's something that you wish people knew more about your situation?
Well, I actually found out I was undocumented about 6 years ago when I almost got deported. I came home from college. I went to Northwestern University, and my dad said that he had gotten a letter in the mail from the Department of Homeland Security, and it was a notice to appear in immigration court, which is basically the first step in the deportation process. And I didn't know I was undocumented. We had entered the country legally in 1996. I think the one thing that people are most surprised to find out is the average undocumented person has been here for 14 years. And last month, I celebrated my 20th anniversary in the United States. And in that time, my dad started a business. He employs several U.S. citizens. My mom is, an honorary lifetime member of the Texas PTA. And so I think when we think of the undocumented population, we don't realize that they've been here for so long, they are part of our communities, and they are deeply embedded in everything that we do. And so I think that's important to keep in mind as we, rally for immigration reform in 2017.
For sure. And Zaira, you're the child of undocumented immigrants. Can you talk a little bit about your experience, what that's been like for you?
Of course. So I am born and raised in Austin, Texas, and my parents came to the U.S. about 27 years ago when they were 18 or 19 in search of the American dream. And so the idea was to come work and save a little to go back home and start a family. What ended up happening is in that time, they had 4 U.S. citizen girls. We were all about a year apart, so it's they were faced with this challenge of, okay, do we go back home and rob our children of their opportunity to a phenomenal education and opportunities that would not be available to them in Mexico? So they made a huge sacrifice of giving up everything, their loved ones back home. I can't even remember when the last time my mom saw her dad. Like, it's like over a decade, you know? And so my parents gave all of that up, and they never decided to be undocumented immigrants in the United States of America. And so growing up, I witnessed a lot of instances where my dad was denied basic human rights. Like, there were moments when I had to ask, hey, like, my dad is wondering if there's a reason why he's denied some of his pay. Did the employer not like the job? And they would just say, well, I know that your dad's illegal. I don't have to pay him. And to have to be an 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old that has to translate that to your parent is just like dehumanizing. And also you grow up with this like very real fear of like, my dad's not supposed to be here and he could be taken away from me at a moment's notice. You know, my mom and my dad have these beautiful talents, and my mom loves cooking, and my dad, he never complains. He gets up, he works in manual labor, and he always shows up for work, never misses work. Beautiful work ethic that they've passed on to me, my sisters. I recently graduated from the University of Texas at Austin, and my older sister graduated from UT as well. My younger sister is about to graduate from UT, and my other sister at UTSA. So they have these 4 U.S. citizen girls who are like accomplishing things that they could never even dream of, and we can't fully enjoy it as family, because it's like at every moment it's just kind of like living in the back of your mind. We can, like, our parents can be taken from us at a moment's notice.
Right. It's very like psychologically scarring to have to deal with that kind of experience, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you both so much for talking to us and showing us that the immigrant experience can be really diverse, and the undocumented, no story is the same. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah.
So our next performer, Victor Show, was born in Nigeria, raised in the Bronx, and this piece is inspired by his personal story.
Oxbridge. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. To know about you, I just do what I do. Check. That's the intro. See that? Yeah. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Yo, check. Let me flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this.
Hey, little monsters in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Minnesota, Ohio, Iowa, Virginia, Florida, Michigan, Nevada, Colorado, and North Carolina. You better get out and vote before those polling doors close. Love ya. It's Lady Gaga calling.
I tell
take a walk and don't recognize the society. I hear them talking, don't understand it entirely. They don't address anything that be inside of me. But besides me, my brother is who inspires me. You see, we made it from the bottom, we millennials. We just bounce off each other just like a pick and roll. See, opportunity never ever came easy. It's just some propaganda we see up on that TV, believe me. I'm kinda glad we some undergrads, but there'll always be a ceiling simply made of glass. We push through, even though we finish last. Next stop is a dream, go get it fast. Ooh, but they don't hear me though. Ooh, I'm on that radio. They never ever believe me, till I end up on a TV like U plus, me plus, A plus, major. 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 Ooh, but they don't hear me though. Ooh, I'm on that radio. They'll never ever believe me, till I end up on a TV like U plus, me plus, A plus, major. U plus, E plus, A plus, major. U plus, E plus, A plus, major. U plus, B plus, A plus, we major. Let's go, aye. Let's go, bounce. Let's go, bounce. Let's go, we made it. Took a long time, but yeah, we made it. Was all about the grind, now we looking like the greatest. That's right, we so accepted now, coming through courageous. That's right, we out here reppin' now, shining light with Vegas. Aye, come through with the shoulder vibe. No matter what the clock says, man, we'll never stop. We got acceptance letters on all our desktops. We got the greatest country all in our backdrop. Ivy League, college me, Arashi, yeah, it's me. Victory, future king and queens with the degrees. We master those dreams. Came across the deep blue sea just to succeed. Aye, thank God to never build a wall for this land of opportunity. The one and all, the north, the south, the east, the west. There's nothing less, that's why we vote for the best. I got this hand on my chest, I'm ready to pledge it. But when I look to my left, I'm somehow neglected. Because my country, your origin's not respected. Certain candidates think the important is the method. Aye, but y'all can make me a believer. Y'all never gave me credit, but y'all take away my visa. Saying thank you for your hard work, but we don't really need ya. But thanks to immigration, we could use you at our leisure. Long time, but yeah, we made it. Was all about the grind, now we looking like the greatest. That's right, we so accepted now, coming through courageous. That's right, we out here rapping now, shining like we took a long time, but yeah, we made it. Was all about the grind, now we looking like the greatest. That's right, we so accepted now, coming through courageous. That's right, we out here rapping now, shining like with Vegas.
Joining us now is a man who came out twice, once as a gay man and again as an undocumented immigrant. Please welcome Daniel Leon Davis.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Thank you so much for joining us.
No, of course. Super happy to be here.
Have you found any parallels between your experience as a part of the LGBTQ community and as part of the undocumented immigrant community?
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, the first piece is obviously coming out twice, right? Like 10 years ago, I came out in high school, came out as gay, and that was one closet to come out of, and then having to come out as undocumented. I think coming out as undocumented was definitely a lot scarier because at the time, coming out as gay, there were other people I could see, right, identifying. When I came out as undocumented, I was just starting to see, people were just starting to talk about the fact that you could come out and be loud and be proud about being undocumented. But there's so many parallels, right? Both of the communities I exist in oftentimes get attacked, right? And so now I'm in this position where being gay is totally cool and accepted by so many people, whereas being undocumented is something that we're still talking about, and we have someone running for president who's literally like trying to take everyone out,
to
right?
Deport people. Yeah, totally.
So speaking of president, we are here on election night. What do you want to see from the next president in regards to issues affecting undocumented people?
Of course. So, I mean, the biggest thing is like immigration has to become like the number one issue or one of the top issues, right? Because it came up so much during this election. It was interesting to not see it come up in the same way during the debates, right? But I think that we need comprehensive immigration reform. Like we're just at that position and there's so many people on the ground doing work to make that happen. And we're gonna hold whoever goes into office accountable.
Absolutely, yeah. This is not a conversation that stops tonight after the president is elected. Well, hopefully that happens tonight.
The work starts tonight.
The work starts tonight.
Yeah.
Work's not done.
Work's not done. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Of course.
So this just in, Oklahoma has been called for Donald Trump. Here's a piece on what else is at stake on the Oklahoma ballot.
On November 8th, millions of Americans will go to their local polling stations to vote. The presidency is just one of the decisions they'll make that day. Here's a look at State Question 780, on the ballot in the state of Oklahoma. It's called the reclassification of some drug and property crimes as misdemeanors. America incarcerates more people than any other country in the world. If you want to see the human cost of mass incarceration and the drug war, just go to Oklahoma. Oklahoma has the second highest incarceration rate in the country and has the highest number of women in prison in all of America. 1 in 12 Oklahomans is a felon, which means they can't vote, receive certain government aid, or even get a job. This year, members of the Black, Native American, and Hispanic communities headed efforts to put State Questions 780 and 781 on the ballot to lessen the sentences on petty crime. Dropping the threshold for felonies on these low-level offenses would mean less convicted felons and less people in prison. If this initiative doesn't pass, incarceration in Oklahoma will continue increasing at the projected rate. If they do pass, the state would save money, and the number of people who are in prison would decrease over time. To make change, look at the initiatives in your state. The work's not done yet.
Okay. Well, today is a very special day, and before I do this song, I'd like to dedicate it to a very wise mentor and best friend by the name of Clark Fitzgerald, who just passed away yesterday in a car accident. And he was one of the most revolutionary minds that I knew, and I looked up to him more than most people in this world. So, yes, this song's dedicated to you, Clark Fitzgerald, and your family. Sometimes I wish I could be a butterfly, flying by, flying high. Sometimes I have visions of suicide. Take it away, help me erase all, yeah. Oh, yeah. Why don't you take it away? Help me erase all, yeah. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just a young nigga that no one knew. I grew alone to be home, there's nothing new with the whole world in front of me. I wrote this song here for the bitches that front on me, niggas that stun on me. Would walk the school halls, they would call me a wannabe. I did the small shows that nobody would come to see. I gave into madness, I would cave into sadness. I would only imagine I become a nigga like this. I'ma chase my dreams with a suicide wish. All these motherfuckers treat me like a side dish, but they gon' like the crystals when I make it icy. I ain't had no friends, I was on my grind. I could not pretend, got my dividends as a middleman. Now I can make them jam, I can cop a Benz. Ain't no stopping him, under pressure from the evils up above. Sometimes I wish I could be a butterfly, flying by, flying high. Sometimes I have visions of a suicide. Take it away, help me erase all. Fuck you, nigga, you don't like me, you just using me. All this friendliness is new to me. Who are you to me? When them high school parties got to jumping, not including me. Don't trust nobody now, cause everybody cool with me. But you just want what I got. And when I needed rides, dog, you never had a spot. But look at how them tables got them nice turn tops. Time for you to wonder if I fuck with you or not. You would not, you would not. Claim you real, but you would not. And since I left 285, a nigga learned a lot. The wicked make it in this gang, the real ones, they do not. So all my heroes fake, all my idols false and forgotten. They're the only reason I was breathing. When I was 14, I was thinking about leaving. Alone up in my room, guitars every weekday, every weekend, and a handful of pills. No one knew about my secrets. Sometimes I wish I could be a butterfly, flying by, flying high. Sometimes I have visions of a suicide. Take it away, help me erase all, yeah. Oh, yeah. Why don't you take it away, help me erase all, yeah. Yeah, dog. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
she's the last of her kin, to wear the gloss with acuity. But a faithful frittering with you in the lesson too. And I'm not trying to choose between. Oh, I wasn't too amused with you when we were in the troops. It's your neck on the laugh track. Oh, you fight like a champion, 'cause you got your moves already been done. And never hack with a battle axe. I'm the one. 'cause I'm kinda like you, always been beside you, and myself in the officer's ear. I'm in a less than two with you. I wasn't too amused with you when we were in bad jokes. At your neck on the laugh track. Fight like a champion, 'cause your copy move's already been done. Another hack with a battle axe.
Thanks so much, Sadie. How are you?
Well, how are you?
I'm really great. So if you're just joining us, I am Gabby Wilson. We are here at MTV's People's Playhouse. We're giving you all the exclusive election coverage. We've got performances, puppies, tattoos. I mean, puppies,
Very
again,
notably.
it's very notably. This
Best
is not your
election
mom
night
and
I've ever
dad's
had.
election coverage for sure. But Sadie, as an activist and as a performer, do you have any advice for Hillary Clinton on how to connect with her audience? That's been a major critique, I think.
Hire me to do your socials. Well, I think, certainly as the election has gone on, Hillary has gone farther and farther left, in a way engaging with a lot of the, I think she's started to engage with the right people. I think one of the biggest critiques is that she's not been the most consistent supporter, particularly early on. She was not an advocate for Black Lives Matter. I know her, support of the queer community has come under question, particularly her stance on gay marriage back in 2003. But I
For
think,
sure.
and I think some of the ways she's chosen to engage, particularly, certain hashtag activism that might have been viewed as appropriative and inappropriate. But I think she's getting better, and certainly, well, hopefully you voted already.
Well, there are some places
you
where
still
the
got
polls
some
are still
time in a
open,
lot of the
right?
country,
Yeah.
but,
She's got some work to do.
she's
is
got
basically
some work
what
to
you're
do, and I
saying.
think if she is elected president, people will be looking to see whether her actions match up with her words of the past few months, because there have been inconsistencies, but
For sure.
we have
And
to be
I know that
optimistic, hopefully.
you brought up LGBTQ
Sure.
issues. Safe spaces for queer people have come up in this election quite a bit,
Yes.
primarily with the HB2 bill. The people often refer to it as the bathroom bill in North
Right.
Carolina. You have been something of a trailblazer in that regard. Can you talk a little bit about the hotline that you created to make your concerts a safe space?
Sure. I mean, it hasn't particularly aligned with HB2 or with North
Sure.
Carolina, but my band has a hotline that fans at shows can text message if they are feeling threatened or harassed or, God forbid, assaulted, that they can contact so we can get in touch with security. And I think part of that, we've also posted sort of general safer space guidelines that are intended to sort of encourage community support and activism amongst showgoers. I think when so much of the world is not inclusive for so many people, I think arts communities have a real responsibility to make those places, to sort of trailblaze at a grassroots level. So that's part of why we set up that hotline. so that,
Definitely. It's on individuals as well.
yeah, particularly look at this election. Like, we have the presidential candidate who has bragged about assaulting women.
Totally.
And
What do you think about how this election has talked about LGBTQ issues?
it's been surprising that it seems to me more regressive even than the last election cycle. I feel. I mean,
It's
Romney.
frightening.
Right? Terrifying. Like, I felt. It didn't seem that queer rights were threatened as much in the 2012 election. And if we just look at,
Why do you think that is?
well, look at the vice presidential candidate who is on anti-gay boards and
Right.
supports conversion therapy. and,
It's-
yeah, so I think a lot of the focus, or even Trump, who said that he'd like to install judges who will overturn marriage equality, it has seemed very regressive in the small strides that we've made over the past, decade for queer rights. This election has seemed inordinately focused on, one side wants to take those back rather than bringing up issues that have been very real in 2016, like the serial murder of like trans women, particularly trans women of color. Like that hasn't come up in
any
the election.
Really, yeah. Where do you think people who care about LGBTQ rights should focus their energy after the election is over? Like, regardless of which candidate ends up in office, there's still so much to be done.
Yeah,
right?
I think there are many. I think there are many young voters who are voting for the first time, or maybe haven't felt galvanized to vote. And I think partaking in local politics is a very important place to start because legislation that provides puppies, rights for puppies.
They're those puppies.
Yeah, I mean, housing is not protected for many queer people. Employment is not always protected. Certainly medical services are not always protected. And I think taking a look at who you're electing to local office and what they stand for is an important place to start, as well as supporting communities that work year-round to make lives better for queer people. Even like an organization I love to shout out is Black and Pink, which is a queer-focused prison abolition, feminist, anti-capitalist group that...
Is that all on the tagline?
Yeah, that's their website, everything I just said. Yeah, I think just finding local communities that are doing this work year-round.
Yeah, I think the big takeaway this election is that it doesn't stop at the presidential election, and that a lot of this change that people have been fired up about really needs to happen at the local and state levels, and people need to get out and make their voices heard, not just
volunteering as well
on voting like every 4 years.
Right.
For sure. Well, thank you so much, Sadie.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
So I want to talk to Julianne. You want to come back up here? It feels a shame to have this Oval Office here to myself and you guys. So there's something that's trending on Instagram. Yes?
Okay, yeah.
Well, on our Instagram. We posted a thing and we asked people to describe this election in a song lyric.
Okay, yeah, cool. The first song that comes to mind for me, I think, this is an obvious one. This is easy, but let me have it. Is Who Run the World?
Yeah.
Right, you know,
I would
let's
hope
start with
that.
I hope that wasn't a
I was looking on it, and it's a lot more nihilist than I would have thought. Yeah, I saw like Black Hole Sun. Ooh, I Don't Want No Scrub. That's like good.
That's a good one.
It's not really focused.
Does anyone
anyway.
have any ideas? No? Blank space, maybe?
Blank space.
Like on your ballot?
I wrote your
Gotta
name.
write it
Yeah.
in.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? There's a lot of people just really upset. There's a lot of despair in this
Wake
comment.
me up when November ends.
Oh.
My great
Does that
pun.
count if you rewrite the lyric?
Yes.
Yes? How about you guys? Do you guys have any? It's a lot to be put on the spot, right? What's that? Oh, yeah.
From Hamilton. She said, "Don't throw," or my shot from a musical you might have heard of called Hamilton.
A little musical.
A little musical. Yeah, great one. I feel like a lot of that show could apply right now.
Oh, for sure.
If we're going to go down the musical theater route, maybe we could do like, Do You Hear the People Sing from Les Mis?
Wow.
Is that really nerdy to say that?
No, it's not that nerdy. I don't want no scrub is like a really good one. Ooh, puppies.
puppies
Who
wanna
let the dogs
contribute.
out? That's mine for this election. Living on a Prayer, Highway to Hell. There's
Jesus,
a lot
take
of
the
stuff.
wheel.
Yeah. Cool. Well, let's go to Anna Marie Cox with another important election update.
Hi. Well, first let me say why I am here, which is that actually MTV got denied press passes to the Trump victory party today at the Hilton, just a few blocks away from here. It turns out there's not a lot of press there, which may means that he had a bad feeling about this too. But here's the thing. It is way too early to say what's going to happen. Florida is coming down to the wire, and so is North Carolina. It looks like, contrary to what we were thinking with early vote totals, this could go on for a while. In other news, though, Marco Rubio won re-election in Florida. Don't read too much into that, because Florida also passed medical marijuana. So much for reading the tea leaves there. Jill Stein has over 50,000 votes in Florida, which actually could be bigger than the margin of error between Hillary and Trump. In which case, start getting your Facebook ready, who to be mad at. At 9 p.m., we're going to get results from Arizona and Colorado, which will tell us even more. And in just a little while, around 11, if you want some more live updates, I'm actually going to be on The Daily Show with Trevor Noah, trying to analyze this thing that isn't over yet. It's time for performance now. This is Travis Wall and his dance partner, Ricky Ubaya, performing a piece inspired by Travis's own identity called I Will Not Forget You.
So joining us today to talk about marriage equality and LGBTQ rights, we have MTV News' own Jane Coaston. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
I'm great.
We have puppies, so you know.
Yeah, we've got puppies, beautiful performances.
We're all winners.
So I talked a little bit with Sadie about LGBTQ rights and how the next president really has a lot of work cut out for them. How do you want the next president to take the lead in regards to LGBTQ rights?
Well, I think that it needs to go past talking about LGBTQ rights through the Supreme Court or through legal issues. It has to be about who we are as people. I think that one of the things the Obama administration did that was really fantastic was by hiring trans people of color to work in the White House and talking to LGBT people as if, we are we're fellow Americans who have a right to work and live and love in this country. And I think that thinking about that, what are the other issues that affect LGBTQ people, especially trans people of color, especially queer people living in poverty? What are the issues that impact our lives the most, besides our sexual orientation or gender identity?
Yeah, absolutely. And so we work together at MTV News. You write all the time about issues of LGBTQ rights, and you also, as you've mentioned, you're biracial, you're LGBT. How has writing about these issues affected you in the past year?
Well, it's been challenging because on the one hand, you definitely want to maintain some sense of objectivity, but on the other hand, I got married last May, and our wedding photos are on the wall, and I see my partner every day, and it's still like, it's challenging when you're hearing from Mike Pence, who still thinks conversion therapy is a good idea for queer youth, when you're hearing from people who don't think that I'm enough as who I am, and you have to write about them and think about, well, what does their tax policy look like? That's pretty hard to do. And so I think that that's the moment where I can't maintain that level of objectivity, and I don't think I should have to, because this is a part of who I am, and this is a part of my life, and this is a part of who a lot of people are. And a lot of people are voting today thinking about their parents, thinking about their sisters and brothers, thinking about the person they love most in the world. And I think that that's something that, I try to bring forward in my writing.
Absolutely, and I think Belinda's here tonight, right? Your wife, so hi, Belinda. Hi.
So a lot of the meaningful change that needs to happen happens down the ballot. What are the battles that are at the state level?
Well, I think a lot of us have been talking about HB2 in North Carolina, otherwise known as kind of the trans bathroom bill. And I think that a lot of those state-by-state battles are really going to be where LGBTQ progress is made. When we're talking about so-called Religious Freedom Restoration Acts, RFRAs, which are basically allowing people to discriminate against LGBTQ people because of their religious beliefs. When we're talking about these bathroom bills aimed at trans people and putting trans people in a terrible position of basically restricting their right to free movement because of who they are, those are going to be the battles to watch. And I think that that's something we're going to have to be paying attention to, not just in presidential elections, but in midterm elections. When it's 2018, y'all got to come back out and vote again.
For sure. So let's check in with Meredith when what's happening down in Times Square. I'm really curious to see.
Got it. No? Nope. Hi, everybody. I'm Meredith Graves from MTV News reporting live from Times Square, where we are just getting word that Hillary Clinton has won New York. This is really, really exciting. People really were concerned about this because Donald Trump's home base is also in New York, where he owns or used to own a whole lot of hotels. But Hillary Clinton has been in New York campaigning heavily for this. Her base is out in Brooklyn, where Jamil Smith, our senior national political correspondent, is right now. And all of New York is celebrating, including me, everyone we know, and all of these amazing people behind me that you all can't see right now, who are all incredibly thrilled to be here. Now, what we're looking at out here are a whole lot of anti-Trump signs, including a big old sign that says, "Trump, you are fired, now go away," which I'm assuming is an edict from the city of New York, as it were. A lot of people leaving Broadway musicals, and a whole lot of people standing right behind me watching this big-ass screen up on the wall that's showing us the election results from different states. Now, before we came outside, we had just gotten word that in Florida, at the time, now this was a few minutes ago, the margin of votes between Clinton and Trump, how neck and neck they were in the race, was smaller than the number of votes Jill Stein, a third-party outsider candidate, got in the entire state. So while Florida is really scary, that's nothing new. Obviously, with everything that was going on during the election of G.W. Bush, all of the recounts, stuff like that, we're kind of used to a lot of chaos happening in Florida. Jeb Bush, alligators, that kind of stuff goes down there. Neither Jeb Bush nor alligators are native to New York, which may explain why Hillary Clinton won here, and Donald Trump did not. He's probably an alligator. Alligators can't vote. So, one thing we are seeing a lot of while we're out here are people from all over the world who are coming together, whether they can vote here in the United States or not, in support of a particular candidate. In French, in Spanish, in Portuguese, in Chinese, and in every language here in the melting pot of Times Square, you hear the words Trump and Clinton coming out. Everyone has a common language when it comes to wanting all human rights for all people. Now, we are going to go back to the girls up in the People's Playhouse. You guys will check back with me in Times Square in just a little while, but in the meantime, take it away, Gabby and Julie.
Hey, okay, so there's a question that's bubbling up on Instagram. What are you stress eating? I think this is a question for the people at home, but also me, right? Yeah. I think that we're eating what's provided for us, which was like cheesy pasta.
Yeah, which is probably not the best thing to be eating before this, but you know. I also had a lot of Reese's backstage, so.
Oh, another question. What color pantsuit will Hillary wear tonight?
You know, she wore, I would say white, but she wore white to the last debate, so.
Right. I'm going to go with Power Red.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that's like a real moment.
Maybe she'll
right?
do like a full American flag pantsuit.
Yeah, and
yeah,
that would be incredible.
Yeah.
So now a special performance from MTV News' very own poet in residence, Marcus Ellsworth. This is Over My Shoulder.
Look at the clock and mark the hour, the minute, the second you were called. To remember how far we've come in this fight that's just begun. How folks face guns and dogs and ropes for more freedoms than the right to vote. But we've still got cops who think traffic stops give them the right to end someone's life. Love was once hidden out of fear. Now, more of us than ever are out proud and queer, but that does not guarantee that any of us are free from losing our families, jobs, homes, or the right to breathe. We slept on the needs of trans people too long. Now we need to right that wrong. From bathrooms to classrooms, we've got to stop transphobic goons who bully bodies for being beyond the binary. We should celebrate the extraordinary glory of a soul writing their own story. We need real family values to hold and value families over border control. Honor the work of those who have come to America's shores because everyone is standing on stolen land where immigrants are exploited every day. But we could be the land of opportunity and find ways to stand in unity as we get ourselves and each other free from the powers that be dividing you from me because of the lines drawn on a map by men who only wanted to own the world. A world that we will reclaim from patriarchy, oil dependency, and white supremacy that have left a legacy which could have stolen your future. But look at the clock and mark the hour, the minute, the second you were called to summon up your own power, brought into this world by your ancestors, driven by the promise of true justice, forged by every survivor's scar and each lover's kiss, sustained by you, taking hold of your destiny and letting go of the doomsday prophecies, because you are here to greet the rising sun and declare to the world that the work is not done.
LGBTQ community issues are extremely important in this election. I believe a lot of hate and bigotry have been brought out in regards to, with everything going on, our two choices to be president. And it's very important in the country to be unified and not divided. We have a lot of work to do, and we're all human beings, and the sooner we realize we have a lot in common, I believe the better.
Hi, this is Jamil Smith, Senior National Correspondent, reporting again from Hillary HQ here at the Javits Center in Manhattan, where people are a little bit nervous about what's going on. People were predicting a short night, an easy victory for Hillary Clinton. It does not look like that's going to be the case. Now, North Carolina and Ohio are still pending. Donald Trump has a slim lead, but Florida is the one that's got everyone biting everyone's fingernails off. Now, Florida is just about a couple percentage points in just Donald Trump's favor, but the key there is the power of the third-party vote. More than 250,000 people have cast their ballots for Gary Johnson or Jill Stein, and that's really about 140,000 is about the lead. So that is really, really impactful. I think you might see possibly a repeat of what happened in 2000 with Ralph Nader handing Florida to the Republican candidate. So a lot of people are nervous, but again, this stuff is too close to call. There's still Virginia. There's still a couple other states that Hillary Clinton is expected to win that have yet to be called. So everybody breathe, take a deep breath, and we'll be back with you with more reports later in the night. Thanks.
Welcome back to the People's Playhouse. I'm Julianne Ross.
I'm Gabby Wilson.
And that was our senior national correspondent, Jamil Smith at Hillary HQ. We're still waiting on election results, but in the meantime, we want to know how you guys are coping with the wait. What are you doing to pass the time? What are you stress eating? Hit us up on Instagram at MTV. Here in the studio, we invited a bunch of artists to come decorate our wall office, and their works are not done, but we'll be checking in with them all night. Meanwhile, the election is still going on and everything is proceeding as expected.
Yeah, can we talk a little bit about what Jamil just said?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of confusion right now and some stress as people are seeing the poll numbers come in and seeing those, the percentages that either candidate has. But we still are too early in the night to really know anything, and everything that has been called so far was not unexpected. They were states that we expected to go red or that we expected to go blue. And what Jamil was talking about in terms of third-party candidates, in Florida, there have been over 50,000 votes counted for Jill Stein, which, as Anna Marie, our other correspondent, mentioned earlier, could be narrower than the gap between Clinton and Trump themselves. Yeah. And the narrative so far is that the biggest losers of this night was anyone who was rooting for this grand repudiation of Trumpism. People who weren't hoping for just, a slide by and that win. They really wanted, that kind of thinking to get crushed and to show that, we won't stand for this, which, obviously a lot of the country has not supported that.
Yeah,
tonight.
for sure. And on a lighter side, on the pop culture side, I'm personally dying over this. Future just endorsed Hillary Clinton, and Rita Ora just got a haircut. And both of those things will have exactly the same impact on the presidential race.
And we all thought this was going to be a weird election, but it was actually a pretty standard one, with Trump performing pretty much like a Republican candidate. And for all the panic from the Democrats who thought this would be a walk, Trump still hasn't won any states he wasn't expected to win. But his strength in Florida is definitely concerning for the Democrats.
Like every election Florida comes up. Is there some sort of reason that you can speak to for that?
Yeah, well, Florida is a crucial state to win, and it's a swing state, so it can go either way in the elections, and no one's exactly sure where it was going to go here. We did hear earlier, as Anna Marie again talked about, that there was record number of early voting from Hispanics and Latinos, and Trump infamously started his campaign with a comment about Mexicans being rapists and criminals.
Right.
So that enormous turnout was seen as this, direct result of people being galvanized to vote against Trump. That said, that community is not, necessarily homogenous, and people do think different things, and different groups support different candidates.
For sure. And the Pennsylvania results are starting to trickle in, and that will be a crucial state. Can you talk a little bit about why?
Yeah,
It's
so
another swing state, right?
Yeah, it's another state that will be important for Clinton or Trump to win if they want to clinch the election, rather. Yeah, in all of these states, we remember that we have the popular vote, but then we also have the electoral college vote. And those are the votes that actually the candidate needs to get to 270 to win. So those are the votes that are really important. And so right now, when they're tallying up all the states, they're trying to see which candidate is getting to 270, not actually which is getting more.
Yes. So all that is to say, it's still too close to call. But our not as scientific poll, the puppy poll, the puppies are very sleepy right now and have chosen a winner, it seems. They've congregated mostly on the blue side, which we've assigned to Hillary Clinton. So hopefully these puppies know what they're talking about or sleeping about or yapping about. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally just a pile of sleeping puppies, which is a comforting thought right now. But all right, let's go to our correspondent Meredith Graves, who's in Times Square chatting with some Texans for Hillary, y'all.
Where'd that accent come from?
From the Oval Office to right here in Times Square, no matter what shape this election has let you in, MTV has your back. And around me, I have a bunch of wonderful Hillary voters from the great state of Texas. Hi, guys. Hey. Now, what we're talking about here is something that's real serious as these election results are coming in above 30-40%. And that's the idea of what it's like to be a Hillary voter in a conservative state. What did you guys find your friends said when you told them you were voting for Hillary?
Well, I am a Clinton supporter. So my friends already knew what my standpoint was, and so they were already receptive to it. I'm a social worker in the state of Texas, and most of my counterparts are also Clinton supporters.
Did either of you come up against anything in particular from maybe your female friends who aren't Clinton supporters, or was it more men that were for Trump?
For me, it was more men that were for Trump. And typically when we're at work, they kind of get quiet. Because it's kind of an awkward situation, and so no one wants to really talk about it. But, I mean, it is what it is, so here we are.
If only the truth of the Trump campaign was that no one wanted to talk about it because it was so awkward. Now, guys, I got to tell, we got Dallas representing over here. We got San Antonio representing over here. We got a whole lot of Texas going on. What about you guys being Hillary supporters in an election that has been, in a lot of ways, fundamentally sexist? How do you find the other men in your life have responded to your call for the first female president?
Well, for me, Hillary was always the person I wanted to vote for. I voted for her back in 2008. I voted for her during the primaries. I voted for her during the elections. But may not stand on 100% what she believes in, but I still stand behind her. I know a lot of friends who were Trump supporters, and we tend to go back and forth about it, but I mean, overall, I'm still a Hillary supporter.
And as someone who's been supporting Hillary for as long as you have, what are you going to do if she wins?
Celebrate. We're in New York.
You are, and for a lot of you, it's your first time in New York, right? Show of hands, whose first time is it here? So what do you think about watching one of the most monumental elections in American history go down in Times Square?
I felt like this would be an awesome experience. When we realized that it was election week, we were like, oh my gosh, we can watch it in Times Square and get everybody's reaction and see like what everybody's reaction is going to be. Because like in Texas, everybody's for Trump. And so it's just, and with me, like for them, they said that for the women that they're around, they were Clinton voters. But for me, I'm a police officer, and the women that I'm around voted for Trump. And so it's just been a hard election.
It's been a hard election. Thank the Lord it's almost over, am I right?
Yeah.
Yes, and that is a vote that you can count on, a vote for this election. Finally, maybe giving us a break. In the meantime, we're going to go back to the People's Playhouse up at 1515 Broadway to an interview with a band with a word in their name that I have a particular affection for. One of the most political projects of the last few years, one of the most feminist projects, and one of the best things that we're going to show you tonight. Take it away, Gabby and Julie, and Pussy Riot.
This election in particular show us and show you that it's still possible to be extremely misogynist, to judge women by their appearance, to abuse them, to sexually assault them, and still be a candidate for president of the United States. Women have to decide about their health, about their vaginas, about whether they would have babies or not. The owner of pussy is not Donald Trump, though he could say you that he could grab you by the pussy and own it, but the owner of pussy is a It will be a big step for me, for the world politics, if Hillary will be a president. Yeah, a lot of people would blame me just for thinking too much about vagina, but I do. I think a lot about my vagina. I want to have pussy as the head of America.
That was an amazing package.
I love that package. It's my favorite.
So before we go on, we are going to answer another question from the interwebs, from Instagram, which is, what are you going to do when election night is over?
Sleep.
Yeah.
I didn't get like really any sleep last night because I was so anxious about this election, and
Yeah.
it's turning out to be, something to
Yeah, I was
fret
telling you about this
about.
earlier. I saw a tweet, I believe it was from Chris Hayes, that was like, yesterday felt like either Christmas Eve or the night before a really big, potentially life-threatening surgery or something like that, which I think was a really accurate way
Yeah,
to sum it up.
that's very apt.
Everyone in the media has been working really hard, as have everyone in a lot of
Yeah, for sure.
industries. And so I think sleeping will be...
Sleeping is a good that's
thing.
a good like recharge, but I think after that then you like get back at it and
Yeah.
start fighting for what you believe in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Whichever way it goes, you get back at it. And speaking of fighting for what you believe in, we're here with Alani to talk about reproductive rights. And Alani works with Planned Parenthood. Welcome.
Hi.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much for having me here.
Yeah, of course. So we still don't know who the winner is going to be tonight. But if Hillary wins, because she's been more outspoken on the issue, what does that mean for reproductive rights?
Yeah, of course. So Hillary has been a champion for reproductive rights her whole career, and she really supports Planned Parenthood, which is so important to me and I know to the Planned Parenthood community. This simply means that reproductive rights will continue to progress, will continue to make gains. Women, men, young people across the country will make gains. However, if that's not the case, we'll really be moving backwards.
So let's talk about the Supreme Court for a little bit, because this next president will appoint a justice because there's an open seat. What does a Hillary Clinton presidency mean for preserving Roe v. Wade?
Yeah, of course. So with Hillary being the president, she'll appoint justices that will preserve Roe v. Wade, which is extremely important because this legalizes abortion. Without this, then there's no reproductive rights. And this really puts the health of many Americans and even people who are not American at jeopardy.
For sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And so one of our hashtags for tonight is work's not done. So regardless of who gets elected, what are some of the next steps to preserve women's legal right to abortion and expand access to that kind of care?
Of course. So there's so much more beyond abortion being legal, making sure that young people are getting their voices heard, making sure you're doing community organizing, and if that's not your thing, social media movements are incredibly important, and making sure people understand the importance of reproductive rights because it's in the lives of everyone, and it's extremely important to the health and life of people in this
Yeah,
country.
I think like awareness and education is probably the biggest
Exactly.
hurdle to making any real change in this area.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Lonnie, and for all the work that you do with Planned Parenthood.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
The prospect of having a female president is exciting. Just to think a few years ago, the idea of having an African American president was mediocre. This is definitely a historical moment I'm happy to be a part of. The future is
hope, compassion, gender equality, humanity,
accepting. Ours.
Check.
Thank you, Senator. First and foremost, if you are in a state and you're watching this and your polls are still open, you must vote for Hillary Clinton tonight. Tonight will be proof that America is great. What a great country this is that gives us the freedom to express our differences, our opinions, our hopes, and our fears. And tonight, my parents voted for Trump. But you know what? We will still all be sitting at the same table for Thanksgiving. And this is the moment we need to remember that we all love our parents and we all love our children. And I can rest easy knowing that both of my young nieces at home will never see themselves less than equal. Anything other than equal. So remember, today is not just a finish line, it also marks the beginning of all the work we must come together to do. We need everyone. Gay, straight, black, white, brown, spray tanned. People of faith and people that just love. So let's sing a song of unity. Let's be one nation, indivisible, with a kick-ass president. And in victory, let's focus on unity. Let's make history again, and let's make hate history. Let's make bigotry history. Let's make inequality history. We have, as Americans, the most wonderful opportunity to rewrite our narrative. And you know what? Let's all come together as a nation so that we can make a future that is something all Americans can be a part of. Because now and forever, we are stronger together. And we've always been in this together. So let's do it tonight for Hillary! Thank you.
Welcome back to the People's Playhouse. I am Gabby Wilson.
And I am Julianne Ross, and we are joined now by Jane Coaston. Come on out, Jane.
Hi, Jane. So first, before we get into the election update, I want to bring some levity to this election because I think everybody's getting a little bit stressed out. We want to put things into perspective. So we put up on Instagram, I hate blank more than this election. So here are some of the people's responses. I hate One Direction's hiatus more than this election. Maybe Florida. Some people are saying nothing is worse than this election. Nothing is worse. This is the worst thing ever. And someone else has said the new Snapchat update is worse than this election, which, you know.
Perspective.
Perspective. It's all about that. Let's see. I hate whoever voted for Trump more than this election. There's nothing I hate more than this election. I'm terrified. Sorry, I was supposed to bring levity to this situation, right?
I think so.
Well, let's break down the nitty-gritties of what has happened in the last hour.
Well, I think the biggest thing we've learned is that, honestly, nothing unexpected has happened.
Okay.
I think the biggest thing is that I think a lot of people thought that this would be a wave election, that Hillary would defeat Trump like some sort of like Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker moment from Return of the Jedi. That just isn't going to happen with kind of the polarization that we see and the number of rural voters who are really coming out to vote. So far, the only like mild surprise is sort of Ohio, but if you've been following 538 or Nate Silver, that was projected a while ago. A lot of these like big battleground states, they're still too close to call because I think the most important thing to remember, urban areas are more densely populated and they take longer to count. Of course, Indiana is going to get counted fast because the largest, Indianapolis, not going to take that long. But places like North Carolina, places like Detroit, places like Milwaukee, that's going to take a longer time. And especially in Wayne County, which is where Detroit is, they count those ballots really slowly. And so I think that a lot of people were really hoping that this was just going to be like, oh, we've all got this all hashed out by 8, 9 o'clock.
Right.
I think that was a lot of wishful thinking.
Yeah, it was a little bit cocky.
a bit. But I think also it just, especially for people on the East Coast, I think a lot of people thought that like, oh, we can hash this out before, we go watch Fallon or something like that. I don't think that was really ever going to happen just because there are about 340 million people in this country, and a lot of them vote in a lot of different ways. And I think that you're seeing the impact of third-party voting, especially in Florida and other states. But also, again, urban areas take longer to count.
For sure.
When you've got places like Philadelphia or you've got places in Durham where they had to extend the voting time by an hour to 45 minutes, it's going to take a long time. And so, of course, like, West Virginia is going to count pretty quickly because like the largest county seats in West Virginia aren't as big as a lot of other places. So I think that this isn't going to take I think we all thought that this would get hashed out in an episode of Scandal. And I'm like, let's like put on 3 episodes of Law and Order and then we'll work it out from there.
For sure.
And so we're just hearing that Florida was called for Trump. What should we make of this?
Well, I think that I would ask, did Broward County, did all of that get counted? Florida is always kind of a weird bellwether because it's got the Panhandle, which is, by the way, on Central Time, not on Eastern Time. And I think that that's a little bit different in terms of how those numbers are going to get counted. But again, with Wisconsin and Michigan, again, with those urban areas taking a longer time to count, and especially because we're coming up to 11 p.m., that's when polls are going to close in California. That's when polls are going to close in a lot of these major population centers. Mm-hmm. I think that that's really going to tell us something. I think a lot of people started getting worried when they saw, Trump won Oklahoma. And I'm like, well, Republicans always win Oklahoma. It's Oklahoma.
Right, yeah, why are we surprised? Wait, so does that mean that I give this over to Jimmy to paint red? All right. So Fox is projecting that North Carolina will go Trump. Let's talk about that.
I think that is something, it's a little bit advanced. I think that, again, that count's going to come especially because Durham County, which contains a couple of major population centers, and especially talking about universities, that could take a while. I think, again, the call time in 2012, I think it was like 11:23 p.m. for when Obama got the nomination. And again, the popular vote still fell behind him. Mm-hmm. Again, we hadn't called California. We hadn't called all these major population centers. It's really easy to count votes in places where there aren't that many people. If you're in Kansas, you count 45 people and you know most of them and you're done. It's going to take a longer time to count a lot of these kind of major population centers, especially since voter turnout looks like it's been kind of out of control this year.
Right. It's been really comforting to be able to hear you talk about this also, because I feel like a lot of us are really like freaking out.
Well, I think that it's a little bit of kind of that, it's not just in the rap game that we've got that East Coast, West Coast thing. I think that we need to talk about the fact that for the East Coast, I know most of us stopped voting a couple of hours ago. For the West Coast, a lot of them stopped voting about probably pretty recently or have not yet stopped voting. Those polls haven't closed in a lot of those states. And like Arizona is still super close. John McCain is probably going to hold on to a Senate seat that he's had since before I was born. But those polls are still super close. Like all of this area, when we're talking about that major time delay, we're still a while to go.
Really going to feel the effects of that.
Right. And so I think that the issue is a lot of people thought that this would all get hashed out by like 8, 9 p.m. I don't think that was ever going to happen, but I do think that once we start counting major population centers and once we start handling kind of major cities and places with a serious population density, we'll have a few more answers.
Yeah, definitely. And so Clinton still has a path to victory with Michigan, Wisconsin, and New Hampshire. And 5 more states close at 11 p.m. tonight, right?
Yeah.
So there's still a way forward for her.
Right, yeah. And so I think, again, the surprise should not be that Trump won rural states. I think that that was kind of his entire aim. It's just like, I'm going to get the white rural vote, even more so. And he's outperforming Romney in 2012. That's not that surprising. He's not doing things that we're just like, it's not like he's taking California, which, by the way, is something he said he could do, just to say. But I think that, it's going to take some time. It's going to take some counting. It's not going to be quite as easy as we thought. And again, we're going to have to stay really focused and really committed no matter the result. But I do think we just got to let this thing breathe.
Yeah. All right, well, let's head over to Marcus to talk about an issue we're sure none of the other news channels tonight are touching on, Standing Rock. Hey, Marcus.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, and y'all?
So what's up with Standing Rock?
Well, of course, the Dakota Access Pipeline, they're out there protesting to stop the pipeline. Recently this week, there've been some talk in the government about rerouting the pipeline, and some people are celebrating that as a victory, but really and truly, the bulk of the activists out there want to see a stop to it altogether for a couple of reasons. One, we don't have a single pipeline that hasn't leaked at some point to some degree or another. And also, they're concerned about not just their land in particular, but all the folks downstream who could be affected if a major leak were to happen. Talking about millions of people who could be exposed to toxic water.
Totally. It's a huge environmental issue and an indigenous peoples issue. Why do you think this fight has resonated with so many people?
Well, I think it's because the young people who have led this movement have been so creative and adamant about getting their message out there. I mean, they ran from South Dakota to Washington, D.C. and got a lot of attention that way. They've been very consistent in their message. They've been intergenerational with their message. It's young people working with their elders to really push the message. They've had a tremendous amount of cooperation among different tribal groups and been very assertive and coordinated in how they've gotten the message out. So I think that's why it's gotten our attention, but it's also they've been very clear about why we should join them in opposing this pipeline.
And where is everything heading from here?
Well, that is unclear because on one hand, we do know that neither candidate has really taken a strong stance in favor of the protesters at Standing Rock, the water protectors. They, Barack Obama has put out that, well, maybe we'll reroute it angle, which is still not fully in support. So I think what we're looking at is before the end of the year, there's supposed to be a meeting between a lot of tribal leaders and the federal government to talk about a possible resolution to this. But we still see the company out there talking about going forward with their construction plans, still drilling, still wanting to go right under the river where they're trying to stop everything from happening. So I think we're looking for a long-haul standoff that's going to keep escalating until the federal government decides to step in and come to a final answer on this.
And I think environmental issues are something that we didn't really get to talk about a lot this election. I think that we're gonna take a look at a package. All eyes are on Florida tonight, but one thing is for sure, the Sunshine State voted to legalize medical marijuana. So here's what was at stake on the Florida ballot.
On November 8th, millions of Americans will go to their local polling stations to vote. The presidency is just one of the decisions they'll make that day. Here's a look at Amendment 2, aka the Medical Marijuana Legalization Initiative. It's on the ballot in the state of Florida. This year, 9 states are deciding on marijuana initiatives. In Florida, Amendment 2 would expand the availability of medical marijuana to people with dozens more conditions than under the current stricter initiative. Medical marijuana has bipartisan support in Florida to an extent, but those opposing this measure argue that expanding who can take medical marijuana will increase crime. Even if Amendment 2 passes, it'll still be a long way until recreational use is legalized in Florida. To make change, look at the initiatives in your state. The work's not done yet.
All right, so continuing that climate change conversation, we're joined by a fractivist from the great state of New York, our home, Alex Wojcik.
Welcome. Yeah, so January was the hottest January ever. February was the hottest February ever. And every month from March to September was the hottest, whatever month that was ever. What can we do tomorrow to help stop this?
Get active. We need grassroots organizing, just like we saw in New York's anti-fracking movement. Whether that's calling up your local elected officials, even if it's, your mayor, your town supervisor, the governor. I have his number on speed dial. Give them a call and let them know how you feel about these issues. Writing letters to the editor is a good thing. Just showing up and participating and getting your friends involved too.
So we heard fewer than a dozen words about climate change during the debates. And I think part of the reason is because people see climate change as this big, nebulous issue. They don't really feel very personally about it, even though it does affect them personally. How do you make voters care?
So, yeah, absolutely. Oh,
the puppies care.
Are waking up.
They know. Psh, wise up.
So it's interesting because actually stats show that more people care about climate change now than ever before, and that millennials care about, the topic so much more than other generations.
Because we have to live through it longer?
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. So, one bright side thing is that, once the older generations die out, it'll be much easier to live. But in the meantime...
It's too late then. No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right, it could be. In the meantime, making it a civil rights issue, a human rights issue. There are people upstate in Hoosick Falls, in Newburgh, right near where I live, who don't have clean water to drink, which is insane because water should be a right, not a privilege. So framing it that way, I think, will help people kind of realize this affects us every single day.
Right, we saw that in Flint too. Turning it into a public health issue, I think, is the way to get people to care. Kind of like when you... people seeing Fast Food Nation, something like that, where they're like, oh, this thing is actually damaging my body, even though I think that it's nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and bouncing off of that, back in the 60s, people did sort of successfully position climate change as a health issue and kind of got more people to feel like it was a personal issue that way. What is being done, or is it anything being done like that to position it that way in 2016?
So a few reports actually just came out from the United Nations that actually are just about climate change and health impacts. And it's cool because the most recent studies also talk about mental health. Obviously when the weather is changing all the time,
right?
Your grandma's house is flooding. There are climate refugees around the country. It's really stressful. So they're also finally starting to address that also.
Yeah, that's something you don't hear about a lot.
Yeah,
it's just
absolutely.
Sort of the psychological toll that this has on communities.
Yeah, absolutely. But it all adds up to, a health issue. If you don't have clean water, you don't have clean air, you're not going to have a clean body. You're not going to be able to breathe or exist. So yeah, just continuing to frame it in such a way is so important.
Climate change is important. Protect the world that you live on.
Yeah,
protect it for the puppies.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Alex.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, now what if Trump wins? It's a real possibility, and one member of our audience has an answer tonight.
If Trump wins, I'll probably never feel safe. I'm going to wake up every morning feeling super scared. But on the flip side, I kind of feel like after a year or so, he would have done so many illegal things, he'll probably be impeached. And I don't know that much, so I don't know how that's going to work out. But otherwise from that, until that day, though, I'm going to be super scared every day.
So you might have noticed our kick-ass set tonight. We're joined by two of the street artists, Sydney and Absent. How are you doing, guys?
Good. Thanks for
Thank
having
you
us.
so much for creating all of this. This is beautiful and amazing. Thank you. So Sydney, you were painting a woman protecting her crotch. Yes. What inspired you to paint such a picture?
Oh, the threat of somebody grabbing my
Pussy. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder where you heard that.
I wonder where I heard it. But it really goes more, it goes to that,
Yeah.
but it also goes to, we need to protect our right to
Yeah.
control our own bodies. So
Absolutely.
the sign will read, I declare sovereignty over my body.
That's really good and powerful. Yeah, I like the play on obviously the phrase that became now infamous, but
That's
it's
about the
also
only
like
good thing Trump
you gotta
did. He
control
inspired
it.
that.
Right.
For sure. And Absent, what was an issue that inspired your art over here?
Well, to piggyback off the Standing Rock stuff, that's
Yeah.
an issue that I'm concerned about right now too, and I'm raising money with these shirts on my website.
Show them off, man.
No DAPO, no DAPO. We're against pipelines. We don't need more pipelines. We need wind energy. We need solar energy. We need clean energy.
Yeah,
That's
renewable
one of my major
energy.
issues. Yeah. So that's a motivator. The fact that Trump's been endorsed by the Ku Klux Klan really bothers me. So
Yeah,
I have my Klan Busters piece up there.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, a lot of your stuff is like a political satire, right? What are some other the pieces in the back that you've done? You want to shout out?
Yeah, I got the absent mark right there with some issues written in it. We got
We're collaborating on the pig behind bars.
there's a collaboration of the pig police behind bars.
Yeah, for sure. How can artists use their art to make social change? Something deeply personal to you guys.
Harry Belafonte said, "It is an artist's job to exploit our gifts to tell truths." So we're kind of obligated. Some people may not think they are, but we are.
Yeah, I feel that way. I feel like we're obligated for sure.
Cool. Well, thank you guys so much. I look forward to seeing
you for
how
having
this fills out. It's already looking so cool. So now we're going to go to Times Square. Meredith is with a 19-year-old who just joined the military, biting their nails to see who's going to be their next boss.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are still here in wonderful Times Square, Manhattan, New York City. I'm still somehow Meredith Graves, and still somehow this election is going on, with Donald Trump winning Florida, Hillary Clinton taking California and Hawaii, and the election numbers getting exponentially closer and closer and closer as it gets colder and colder, and I inch closer and closer to my new Floridian friend Stephanie, who's here to talk to us about her new job title, right? Stephanie, I'm really proud of you. Tell our friends out there what you've done.
I just joined the U.S. Army about 2.5 months ago, and I'm leaving on Monday to basic training.
So, Monday.
Yeah.
That's like soon.
Yeah.
And your concern is that by the time you get there, you're going to have one of two new bosses that you have to listen to, right?
Yeah.
What's your big worry?
That I won't like his or her opinion or attitude on certain stuff, and I'd have to abide by it and respect it no matter what, because that's my boss and that's what I'm supposed to do. So it's scary. It's a scary thought.
America has had a really contentious history with women in the military in the first place. And there have had to be laws passed to protect women. Even now we're seeing a lot of stuff that passes through about war crimes against women being done in places where there are American colonial interests. And there's also a great pushback against women in the military in leadership positions. How do you think having a female president would affect the U.S. military?
I'd feel like it'd make it, for females, I'd feel a lot more comforting, honestly. Sadly, there's a lot more males than females in the military, and so it's kind of like biased on certain things. I'd feel more comforting having a female because I'd feel like they'd be more understanding as to what you're going through. Sexual assault in the military is a big thing. We have to take classes once a month about it. It's super serious, and not many people take it as seriously as they should. And if you're gonna have a president that just, doesn't care about it and makes fun of it, it's kind of like sad. It makes you feel like not even someone you're supposed to look up to respects you, and respects how you feel.
And at the end of the day, working for the military is kind of about respect. Respect kind of permeates everything you do. So you are from Florida.
Yes.
And Florida, as we stood right here, was just called for Donald Trump. People have a pretty serious idea of Florida as being a wildly conservative state. Do you think that's true, being from Florida?
It depends. It's a swing state. I know down south a lot of people are more Democrats.
And you're from down south, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You shout out your hometown.
Broward County, Coral Springs. Hey. But yeah, I feel like down south they are. Up north, I don't know as much. I don't travel up there. But as you can see, since Donald Trump won Florida, that a lot of people are more conservative there.
Now, earlier on in this particular election, we had a major Republican forerunner candidate, Jeb Bush, from Florida. Is there still a lot of conversation going on about Jeb Bush around where you're from? Are people still rooting for, like, please clap Jeb, or is he kind of lost now that the Trump machine's in motion?
Yeah, pretty much kind of lost. I haven't really heard anything, and no one really talks about him anymore, sadly. So, yeah, I know.
It makes you kind of miss him, right?
Yeah.
Gentle Jeb. You never know. So when we're talking about issues in the military, we're talking about issues of respect, we're talking about issues of women. There are, of course, a lot of other issues around women that have come up in this election from both candidates, both the female and male candidates. What do you think either president, regardless of gender, would need to do first to improve the lives of women in the United States?
I am not sure. I feel like they should listen to people and what they have to say, and kind of be more open-minded and work as best with the people and what they want, because at the end of the day, you're working for them. I don't know.
That's okay. I know for me personally, sometimes it's really hard to come up with the right words, because what you want to do, I mean, it sounds so simple. When you just said to me, the next presidential candidate should listen to women. What a radical idea, regardless of the gender of the next president. Listen to women. What a crazy idea, right?
People in general, but women are just so talked down about, and they're not respected, and they're not as valued as much as men are anywhere.
So you're saying that your America would probably end up looking more like one where people of all genders and all sexualities were equal?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
Coincidentally, we are about to show you guys a wonderful montage of videos where we went out and asked people what their ideal America would look like. Stay tuned, take a look.
I would like to live in a country where my race and being Mexican isn't constantly made a joke of.
My idea for the future of America is that I can have absolute total freedom of expression.
I want to live in a country where I'm not afraid that people that I love aren't shot on the street just because of their color.
I want to be in an America where people can pursue what they want without having to step on other people's heads.
One thing that I would really love is to live in a country where policy is defined by empathy and not fear, and where the government recognizes that its duty is to help people.
On for MTV News, reporting live from Clinton headquarters here, the Javits Center in Manhattan. And folks, it is not looking good. Trump has won North Carolina. Trump has won Florida. He's leading in Michigan. He's leading in Wisconsin. He's got several paths to the presidency. Hillary Clinton's path is very limited at this point. So a lot of folks here really kind of getting quiet, biting their fingernails, getting sad, and frankly, they're starting to consider what message is being sent here by the Trump vote. And the one person I spoke to, she's a Nigerian immigrant. This was her first time voting in an American election for president, and the word she used was scared. And I think that's what a lot of people are feeling right now. A lot of women, a lot of people of color in this room are starting to feel scared about what a Trump presidency would mean for them personally. So everybody, look, it's not over yet. Let's wait for Michigan. Let's wait for Wisconsin. Let's all take a deep breath and let's figure out what's going to happen next. We're going to be covering this from the rest of the night. Let's just stay tuned.
We are the ones who will determine who we are. Look how we stand so tall. Look how we've come so far. We have the strength of a rose, the force of you. We are people of the world. Every boy and every girl, look at our nation, see the separation, and tell me who are we? Are we the cure or the disease? I know we have all the power. We need to change, it's ours. Look inside and see. We are the ones who will determine who we are. Look how we stand so tall. Look how we've come so far. We have the strength of a rose, the force of you. We are. For each and every need, yeah. Inside of you and me is the wisdom, hey, to overcome. So as the bell begins to toll, make a choice for all. Lift your hands together, now until forever. Shout it, who we are. Yeah. Look how we stand so tall. Look how we've come so far. We have the strength of you, the force of you. We are. So reach for one more day and know the refrain of our love still the same. We are all we need. We are the sea. We are the ones who determine who we are. Look how we stand so tall. We come so far. We have the strength of you, the force of you. We are the ones who determine who we are. Look how we stand so tall. We come so far. We have the strength of you, the force of you. We are.
Thanks, Brandon. You can see him every night as Aaron Burr in a little musical you may have heard of called Hamilton.
Right. Now, let's talk about where we are with the election tonight. And joining us again is MTV News politics writer Jane Coaston. Welcome back, Jane.
Hello.
Hi, Jane.
So, as I said before, right now we're still super close in Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan, they're still waiting to count my favorite county, Washtenaw County, home of the Michigan Wolverines. 9-0, go Harbaugh. And in Wisconsin, we're still waiting to count some of the major metropolitan centers. But I will say again, this is a lot closer than a lot of people thought.
Yeah.
And I think that that's kind of the major mood that a lot of people have been getting. Trump is very close in terms of the electoral vote. But I will say again, a lot of these vote counts, you know, we're hearing from North Carolina that a lot of votes haven't been counted. We're hearing in a lot of states that a lot of votes haven't been counted. A lot of times, again, as I said earlier, a lot of people wanted to kind of have this done by 11 p.m. or something like that so they could get to bed. I don't think that was ever going to happen. But I do think that Wayne County, which is where Detroit is in Michigan, that's going to take a long time to count. And that's a very blue, reliably blue area. And I think that in a lot of these regions, you're going to see a lot of blue votes come out. I don't know if it's going to be enough to push us up over that 270 mark for the electoral vote. But I also know that whatever happens today, I think that we've all seen from a lot of different people from across kind of the political spectrum a willingness to stand up for what we believe in. And I think that no matter what happens with the rest of this electoral vote, which again, the Electoral College, it's a very confusing institution for a lot of people, but I think that we have the ability to deal with whatever is going to come.
Can you just clarify, why are Michigan and Wisconsin so important at this point in the race?
Well, I think that with the electoral vote count, with both Wisconsin and Michigan kind of up in the air, and with Pennsylvania still, I think, to be decided, we're still talking about the count to 270. We've already gotten Oregon, California, a lot of those West Coast states I mentioned earlier. But I also think that with Michigan especially, Michigan is one of those states that I think a lot of people think of as being kind of white working class. But I'm like, don't forget about Detroit. Don't forget about Ann Arbor. Don't forget about East Lansing. Don't forget about a lot of this kind of research corridor areas of Michigan that are reliably blue. The only question there is that according to exit polling, 10% of young Michigan voters went for third-party candidates like Gary Johnson or Jill Stein. But I think that in a bunch of these states, when we're talking about Michigan or Wisconsin, we're talking about states that are kind of reliant, ironically, on millennial voters. So millennials out there, if you're college voters, if you went to my alma mater of the University of Michigan, you went to the University of Wisconsin, you went to a lot of these schools, a lot of this is up to you. So
And
For
speaking
sure.
of third-party voters, we just heard that Trump won Utah. So Evan
There's a lot
McMullen,
to
the third-party
unpack here.
candidate there.
Why don't
and
we,
to
there's a
hear more
lot to
about that-
unpack here, so why don't we bring in Anna Marie Cox and Marcus Ellsworth.
Hey.
Hi, guys.
Yes, welcome back. So Anna, I know you've written about the race that was happening in Utah. Evan McMullen, a potential third-party candidate there, considering people thought he might take votes away from Trump.
He did.
So
he did take votes
He
away
did,
from
yeah.
Trump, but not enough.
Yeah.
And, you know, it turns out that, I mean, one of the things that's happened tonight is that it turns out that the social conservatives that we thought might be turned off by Trump turned out, you know what? They're okay with what he said.
The
you know?
evangelical
Like-
vote really turned out for Trump,
Yep.
and we saw that again and again and again. And it's interesting because I think a lot of people thought that the evangelical vote would be more dependent on actual evangelical witness.
Or evangelical values or
No.
evangelical policies.
No.
Which Trump does not.
No,
embody.
nope. I mean,
Anyway.
I mean, I've said this before. Like, this is the election that the Democrats took up the mantle of patriotism, of faith, of family values. And you know what? Didn't matter. Didn't matter because of emails. Emails. You know.
Yeah.
So it's disheartening to say the least. You know, I mean, you may have covered. There have been some small pockets of what we might consider good news. Tammy
Yeah.
Duckworth in Illinois.
Joe Arpaio is out
Arpaio.
as sheriff in Arizona, which
That's
is
right.
great news
Yep.
for pretty much everyone.
That's right. Also, the congressional district where Pulse nightclub was a reliably Republican district. It flipped to a woman, actually. And that was not expected to happen. So there's these things that happen that I think should remind us that it's not like the map looks red.
Right.
There's a lot of blue out there. And there's a lot of people who care about the things that, you know, we care about. Didn't win. But that doesn't mean that our feelings go away. That doesn't mean that our voices go away. It doesn't mean that our votes go away. There's another vote in 2 years, guys. There's
Right.
another vote in 2 years.
And I would remind a lot of people, you know, if you're thinking about historical precedents, think about 2004 and then think about 2006. 2006 is when we get Nancy Pelosi. 2006 is when we get Democratic majorities. And I think that just remember in 2 years, we do this whole thing again. And everyone, as I said, has to show up again.
Yeah, show up again. And then also remember 2008.
Right.
I mean, like a lot can change, and we are a resilient country. Democracy basically works. It seems to have had a little bit of a hiccup tonight, although it'll be interesting. I think it's still looking like Hillary might win the popular vote.
Right.
Deep breaths. But, we have to be resilient, right? I mean, that's the key. It's not being angry, it's being resilient.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of people right now are talking about, oh, I'm going to leave the country. Oh, I give up. Oh, this is the end. But we have to remember, and it's something I've seen from a lot of like community leaders that I know that are out there, tweeting and speaking to their people right now. They're saying we've been through worse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, our ancestors, our families, our parents, our grandparents have overcome Jim Crow. They've overcome much more racist governments than what we're even potentially looking at with Trump and the House and Senate going red. We can survive this. And not only can we survive this, we can push harder because we are standing on generations of strategy, of community building, of organizing. We know what the road to freedom looks like, and we know that it goes far beyond who we vote for. Even if Hillary had won for so many fights for equality, we still would be fighting for them. Yep. It's just we have to fight in a different way now.
And I would say for LGBT voters, remember that before Pulse, the worst mass killing of LGBT people happened at another bar with a fire set by an arsonist.
In New Orleans.
And I think that for LGBT voters, just remember, marriage equality, we're keeping it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Trans equality, we're working on it. None of this is going to be surrendered. We're not going back to the Supreme Court. We're not going back on a lot of these issues. I know that there have kind of been a lot of people on the conservative right who've talked about like, oh, we can roll back marriage equality. You're not rolling this back. It's not. I'm sorry. Yeah. You're not taking it back. I'm not giving it up. And I think that a lot of people will feel the same way.
Yeah, and I just want to say to people out there who are concerned, people out here right now, I'm looking at you guys, reach out to each other right now.
For sure.
I'm actually kind of serious.
Because we have each other.
Like we have each other, and we have each other, and that's all we have for tonight, and that's going to be enough.
Right. I actually think that's like a really good turning point. I think that you mentioned before you wanted to check the pulse of the room and talk to some people around here, so I think now's a great time to do that.
Okay. Am I supposed to like walk out there right now? All right. Okay. All right. Let's do it. How about you? All right. Would you like to tell me how are you doing?
I am not doing good. If Trump wins, I don't know how I'm gonna feel. Like I feel like Black Lives Matter has come such a long way, and I feel like this would be like us being knocked 10 steps back.
So, are you talking to friends tonight? Have you?
I'm actually here with my best friend, and we're kind of like just biting our nails, just like along with the rest of the nation, hoping that, the United States doesn't let us down and we can, make history tonight, hopefully again. But,
All right.
keep an eye.
Let's keep talking.
Yeah.
All right. Hey.
Hi.
So how are you?
I'm all right. Trying to keep it together.
It's funny. Like a lot of people tonight. How are you? How are you? Has turned into this really loaded question.
Very much so. Yes. I know how I feel. I know that, I definitely stand with Hillary and her beliefs, especially about gun reform. It's affected me personally. I lost my younger brother to it this year. And I think she's spoken very passionately on how to eradicate the issues surrounding it and also the gross amount of easy access to guns. And I think that's something we really need to take a look at, as well as LGBTQ community issues. These things are serious.
But and also those are things that those are fights that can be had on a local level.
Of course. Of course.
You can run in local elections to make difference in those things. And a lot of those things, a lot of those laws, especially gun rights laws, do happen at a state level.
Yes, very much so. Yes, my hometown was won by him, unfortunately. But, that doesn't stop what we fight for and doesn't stop what we believe in. So,
thanks. Yeah. Thank you so much. Hey, so what are your thoughts tonight?
Obviously disappointed in how slim the margin was. I think we all knew that it could go one way or the other, but we didn't really want to believe it. We live in these social media silos where we continually are fed information that kind of aligns with our beliefs. And it's a testament to what tapping into people's fears, especially I feel like for one that hits home for me is the way fear of immigration and fear of immigrants and fear of the other, the darker other, was really just like driven home through this whole campaign. And it is disappointing, but you know, at the end of the day, we all need to just kind of get to know each other better. It shows me that I feel like we really don't know our neighbors. We don't know people. You know, everyone I know is was a Hillary supporter, and there's clearly just this whole other half of the country out there that's fearful of us, and we're also fearful of them. So I think that we really just need to come together, reach out to people, understand why they're so afraid, and just kind of reverse and inform them, because there's a lot of misinformation out there.
I think you're right. Like silos is what did this to us. And it's silos that everyone keeps, right? And I think what's tough is like I had been thinking what I was going to be telling people tonight is everyone who voted for Hillary, go and reach out to the people that voted for Trump and like listen to them even though they lost. I don't know if we can count on them to reach out to us though, right?
It's true, but you know, somebody's got to be the bigger guy or the bigger person, the bigger they, and reach out, and I plan to do that.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. There. Hey.
Hi.
So, what are you thinking right now?
I'm very concerned. I believe that the situation is based on the voice of the American people. And I think that the most important thing is that whoever actually wins, even though the way it looks right now, is that the people actually have a voice beyond this election, even though no matter who actually wins, that people's voice is actually who gets out there about equality, education, and all these situations that are going on that are not really discussed very well.
And you know what I'm thinking also is those people that turned out, this is close. We have to remember that, right? It's close. And all these people who we thought weren't going to vote did turn out to vote on both sides.
Right.
So we got to keep the people who lost involved, right?
Correct.
How do you what's a message that you want to send to stay involved? Like what do you want to say to people to be like, you know, you may have lost the fight tonight. Keep fighting. What can we say?
I want to say that the foundation of this country was based on fighting for what you believe in. And the people who bled for this country died for that same reason, that we have a voice and we're here to be free and to get out there and to do the things we actually want to do and actually be human.
And we just keep fighting,
Exactly.
right? We just keep fighting.
Correct.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Oh. So, your thoughts tonight, please.
You know, I'm also concerned. Common sense immigration reform is extremely important to me, and I don't think, you know, if Trump does become elected, I don't think he cares enough to really address that issue. Also,
You're granting him the benefit of the doubt. You don't think he cares enough, right? You're not sure.
I'm 100% confident that he doesn't care, and it also affects me personally because a lot of my loved ones are undocumented immigrants. So I know that a lot of them run the risk of becoming deported. And a lot of people don't realize that undocumented immigrants, they contribute $11 billion per year of tax dollars to this economy. And it's really sad that not enough people recognize that. And I'm very concerned that if Trump does become elected, that a lot of those people will, the families will be displaced. A lot of those people, you know, will have to leave the country.
And we'll learn the hard way just how much we rely on those people. All right. Well, we're going to still keep going, keep talking. You please come back to us. It's MTV News, and we're hanging tough.
message was divisive. Make America Great Again was a dog whistle for keeping immigrants out, for keeping your foot down on people, for discriminating against women, for sexual assault, all of these things that Trump became about.
but
And you know what? But Alex, remember the most powerful ad against Donald Trump were the ads that used his own words. So nobody was twisting those facts.
I'm not going to argue that Donald Trump made it difficult to defend him.
In elections after election, everybody said that Mitt Romney was
I am Jamil Smith, Senior National Correspondent for MTV News.
I'm Anna Marie Cox, Senior Political Correspondent for MTV News.
And just so you guys know, the presidential election has not yet been called. It's still too close to call. So, basically, we just wanted to take a minute to talk about maybe what you guys are feeling right now, especially if you supported Hillary Clinton.
And maybe also just what to be thinking about, what direction to kind of like, if you are targeting your thoughts in a dark direction, maybe pull back for a second.
Yeah, because I know that the website for immigration to Canada crashed tonight. Folks, just, we're not going anywhere. We're here. You understand? We're here, and we got to fight a little bit harder, okay? So we're going to go to another, to our colleagues right now to stay tight.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm Jamil Smith, Senior National Correspondent for MTV News.
I'm Anna Marie Cox, Senior Political Correspondent for MTV News.
And we're here at the studio. Look, the race hasn't been called. It's still too close to call. But we understand that folks are going through a lot right now, especially if you supported Hillary Clinton.
People are feeling some feelings, and the website to immigrate to Canada crashed tonight.
Right.
And I guess we both want to say, you know what? Don't do that.
Yeah. Don't leave. Don't even think about leaving.
Yeah.
Okay. This is really a challenge more than anything. If Trump becomes president, look, we understand how it makes a lot of people feel. It makes people feel unsafe. It makes people feel scared.
We're there
especially-
with you.
Yeah. Especially, woman and a black man. We get it. Okay. But look, we're here. Do not think about leaving. This is the time to fight. This is the time to get organized. This is the time to get involved.
At the very least, there's an election in 2 years, but you know what? The fight starts tomorrow. A lot of things can happen at the local level. A lot of things can happen in just a few days. And also, you know what? Like, it's about reaching out and connecting with the people who make you stronger. And this was a close race. I think that's also something we need to remember. And also, there were victories for progressives all over the map.
Indeed.
Medical marijuana won. Medical marijuana now in a majority of states, which is, I guess, timely. And Tammy Duckworth won in Illinois.
Yes.
The Republican who was in charge of the district that had Pulse nightclub, he got moved out.
Yeah. Joe Arpaio, the racist sheriff in Arizona, he lost.
Now,
So
these
look,
don't cancel out.
no, but it's progress. And think about that and build upon it.
And those
Get constructive.
Right, those were small victories in local areas. It only takes it takes a lot of small victories in local areas and eventually builds up.
Right.
And also just remember, you
Take care of yourself.
and also reach out. If you're
Amen to
feeling alone, if you're feeling distraught, you know what? Like, we are there with you, and there are other people out there feeling that way too. Facebook is good for some stuff. Call your parents, call your family, call your friends. Just don't be alone if you feel alone, because you're not.
Indeed. We're right here with you.
And we'll be right back to continue being here with you.
What's up, guys? We're back with the whole MTV News crew because, as we've said before, and we will continue to say, we need to rely on each other and find community and be able to talk about these things. So I think the biggest conversation that I selfishly would like to have right now is about self-care. Any tips?
Well, I would go ahead and jump in. After we're done, go get some sleep. Everyone, we're gonna go get some sleep. Sleep is very important. And then also, yeah, I mean, I just can't emphasize it enough. Like, we are together. People need to find each other.
Yeah. And I would say that for a lot of people, I think that, you know, I'm gay, and I think when I came out, I remember coming out in like 2000, 2004 when Bush was reelected in Ohio. I remember thinking, like, I don't know how this is gonna work, but some words came to mind, and it's words that have been part of the movement for a long time. I'm here, I'm queer, get used to it. And I think for LGBTQ people across the country, just focus on that. You know, marriage equality, we won that. Working on trans rights, we've won that. The battles that we're fighting day in and day out, we've won each and every one of those.
Right.
It wasn't ever supposed to be easy. That wasn't ever guaranteed. But I just think if we all keep focused on the fact that we are winning these, it's not just about the ballot box. It's about hearts and minds.
And you can find healing in the work, too.
Right,
The work
yeah.
to maintain those gains.
Right, and I think that, you know, when I think about my spouse, when I think about the home that we've built together, when I think about the fact that no one is going to take that away from me. No one is going to take that away from my family. And I think about the other LGBT families from past and present and future that will keep working together. That's something that's given me a lot of confidence.
Right.
And I think right now people need to take one thing that you can do in this moment, and it's just take a deep breath.
Yeah.
And the fact that you can even draw in that breath is something to celebrate. Is to know that you are here, you can do something starting tomorrow. Like they said, get some rest tonight. Take care of yourself. Reach out to your loved ones. Reach out to your community. If there's someone out there who you feel is having a hard time with this right now, you reach out to them. Like, don't wait for them to come to you. Just take care of each other because we're gonna get through this.
We have to.
regardless.
You know, the only way that this really goes badly is if we give up.
Right.
Or give in to nothing but anger. Like, I'm not gonna tell people not to be angry because there's some reasons to be angry. But don't give in to that anger because that anger is not gonna get you anywhere unless it propels you into the work.
Right.
In which case,
Ride the wave.
So
Ride
me
the
just
wave,
like
yeah.
tearing up this set
Yeah.
right now is like not going to be constructive.
Not constructive at all.
Deconstructive.
Really fun pause. I think it's also really important to note, as we're talking about anger and how important anger is and how important breathing and all these intrinsic things that seem very natural to people, that radical softness is very important too. That there is a marked difference that people need to notice in themselves between defeat and just softening to the circumstances. I think in our society, there's been a devaluation of a lot of different kinds of labor, and there's been a cultural de-radicalization of a lot of acts that once were radical under capitalism. People who cook for each other, people who clean for each other, people who wipe the butts of babies and the elderly aren't held to the level of politicians when they should be. This may be why our country's in so much trouble in the first place, is because we've devalued care entirely. So even if all you can do is hold someone's hand or give them a snack, you're doing more than possibly the government ever could for them. And don't forget that. Don't let anyone tell you that your labor isn't valuable if your labor results in people feeling cared for.
And I think, again, let's look to history for comfort, which is somewhere where I always go. I think,
Sorry.
I'm
sometimes which part of history
I
are you
know,
talking
and
about?
I'm thinking, I'm thinking about.
Have you seen Westworld?
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I think in moments in which we've thought, this is it, all is lost, have been the moments at which the real movement begins.
Right.
It's 1972, it's 1984, it's even, 2004, in which we found moments in which we can all come together and think, this is not what we're about. We're going to do something different. We're going to decide to change our game plan a little bit, run the ball, and do something differently. And so I think that really focusing on the fact that this isn't permanent. We have so many elections ahead of us. We have so much work to do. And if we all stick together, there's no reason why good things can't come of it.
And don't get turned off politics, get turned on to politics. This is the
Right.
time to get engaged. Don't let this make you think I shouldn't be involved in politics. Start thinking about politics. Start thinking about the next school board election. Start thinking about whatever, the dog catcher election.
Yeah.
Start thinking about the stuff that's going to be happening in your neighborhood with the people that you know, because that's how a movement gets built.
And you can still make a difference getting involved in your community. Like, you can volunteer for an organization. You can already start on campaigns for the midterm election. Like, within the next few weeks, people are going to start gearing up for that.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of things to do, no matter how this pans out.
Yeah. You can use those feelings to fuel you to make the change that you'd like to see in the world.
Cool. I've heard that.
I think I stole it. But thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight.
We'll be back tomorrow at noon to unpack everything that happens overnight and what it means for the rest of the country.